The night of August 17th arrived with an almost violent hush. In the remote mountain village of Windfall Hollow, the air was thick, damp, and charged with an unsettling energy. The storm clouds gathered low, eager to burst, while the ancient pines lining the narrow dirt road trembled under gusts of wind that rattled their branches like bony fingers. Inside a modest wooden cottage at the edge of the village, elderly and elder Chen knelt by the bedside of their daughter-in-law, Mei, who was poised at the brink of giving birth. Mei's emerald silk robe, once pristine, clung to her trembling frame as she gasped through another contraction. Her face was pale, a sheen of sweat glistening across her brow, and a single tear traced a line down her cheek when the pain gripped her abdomen. Elder Chen pressed a cold hand to her forehead, murmuring soothing words, while elderly lit a tiny oil lamp. The flickering flame cast long, shifting shadows across the cramped room, revealing the furrowed brows of the two midwives, Auntie Yu and Sister Xiu, who worked quickly to prepare herbs and swaddling cloths. Outside, the wind rose to a roar, and the first raindrops spattered against the wooden shutters. Thunder rolled in the distance, a low rumble that sounded like the growl of some colossal creature, rattling the windows. Mei swallowed hard, biting her lip as another wave of pain washed over her. "Father, Mother," she whispered faintly. I'm afraid." Elderly leaned in, brushing a strand of jet black hair away from Mei's face. "My child, you must be strong," he urged. "Zephyr awaits. He will bring hope to this village. Trust in him." His voice cracked with emotion, though he and his wife had lost their own son 3 years earlier to illness. They believed that this birth was a kind of redemption, a chance to heal the silent ache of their loss. Mei managed a shaky nod. Then, with a guttural cry that mingled agony and resolve, she pressed forward. The midwives worked in unison, guiding the newborn's shoulders, then his head, through the narrow gateway of life. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room, so bright that Mei's eyelids flickered as if she'd glimpsed a world beyond. The thunder followed, so near that the floorboards vibrated beneath them. With one final, monumental push, the child emerged. A gust of wind swept through the open door, billowing Mei's robe and snuffing the lamp's flame for a moment. In that brief darkness, the newborn's first cry pierced the night, a clear, resonant wail that seemed to reverberate through the entire valley. At the same instant, a trail of golden motes, almost imperceptible, drifted out from the baby's tiny form, swirling around the midwives before dissolving like morning mist. Auntie Yu caught the infant in her arms, her hands deft and gentle. The baby's skin was cool to the touch, with a faint luminescence that defied reason. For a heartbeat, no one dared speak. Then Mei, pale and exhausted, reached out with trembling fingers to touch her son's cheek. A smile flickered across her lips. "His eyes," she breathed, her voice nearly gone. "They are the color of dawn." But as Mei tried to lean forward, blood welled between her clenched teeth. Sister Xiu caught her, supporting her back as she slumped forward. Mei's breathing hitched, then faltered. "Father, Mother, protect him," she gasped. Her whisper was barely audible over the storm as her hand clutched elderly's sleeve for one fleeting moment. Then her eyes closed, and her chest fell still. A collective gasp escaped the room. Elderly, kneeling at her side, pressed a shaking hand to May's forehead, but knew instantly that her spirit had slipped away. He bowed his head, tears streaking down his weathered cheeks. Elder Chen collapsed beside him, her quiet sobs echoing in the dim room. Auntie Yu wrapped the baby in a soft swaddle, cradling him close. The moment she lifted him, a sudden gust of wind burst through the door, ripping it from its hinges. The lamp sputtered out entirely, and the room was swallowed in darkness save for a single moonbeam cutting through the window. In that silvery light, the baby's skin glowed faintly, as if he carried a fragment of starlight within him. Outside, the rain intensified, pounding the roof like 1,000 drummers. In the gloom beyond the threshold, shapes began to gather, flickering shadows that moved against the woods, like restless spirits drawn by the newborn's cry. A whisper, or perhaps the sigh of the wind, beckoned them closer. Auntie Yu shivered. "They have come," she murmured, her eyes wide with dread. Elderly rose to his feet despite his grief, lifting the swaddled baby up toward the door, as though to confront whatever darkness lurked beyond. "We will not let you take him," he declared, his voice trembling but unwavering. As if in answer, the thunder crashed louder, and a slate-gray figure surged forward from the edge of the trees. The figure was a tall man, clad in dark indigo robes embroidered with silver symbols that glimmered like constellation patterns. His long black hair was tied in a high knot, and his eyes shone faintly with an otherworldly light. Though the rain plastered his clothes to his frame, he seemed untouched by cold or water. He carried in one hand a staff carved from white ash wood, topped with a jade tiger statue whose eyes glowed with an inner fire. Elder Chen whimpered softly, reaching for Elderly's hand. Auntie Yu instinctively readied herself, as did Sister Xiu, who clutched a small satchel of protective talismans. But the stranger simply lifted a gloved hand in greeting. "Peace be with you," he called, his voice surprisingly gentle, carrying over the storm. "I am Kai Lun, a wandering sage. I come bearing news for the child you have just brought into this world." Elderly swallowed hard. Who are you to claim news of my grandson?" he asked, voice cracking with grief and suspicion. "He is mine. His mother is dead. Leave us in peace." Kai Lun offered a compassionate nod. "I am aware of the tragedy that has befallen your family," he said, voice low. "But the child, he is special. The spirit world has marked him. The quelling of his mother's life was not mere chance, it was a sacrifice, and his birth has stirred energies that lie far beyond this humble cottage. Darkness now stirs spirits, revenants, and malevolent forces drawn to his aura." As he spoke, the motes of golden light drifted around him, coalescing into delicate, shimmering wisps. He raised his staff and whispered an incantation in an archaic tongue. The light swirled into a protective circle around the cottage's threshold, where the shadows of the forest seemed held at bay. Though the wind screamed outside and the rain lashed the door, no darkness could cross the barrier Kai Lun had conjured. May's swaddled son looked up with wide, luminous eyes, as though he recognized the power whirling around him. Elder Chen knelt forward, reaching out to touch the baby's tiny fingers. "What must we do?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What will become of him if we leave him here?" Kai Lun replaced a lock of white hair behind his ear and fixed his gaze on the child. "He must be trained, guided, and protected. In the years to come, he will be tested by forces both light and dark. It is my duty to ensure he learns to harness the gift within him and to stand as guardian against the shadows that seek to claim his soul. If you surrender him to me, I swear I will keep him safe." Silence fell. Elderly and Elder Chen exchanged a glance, tears glistening in their eyes. Around them, the midwives and villagers had gathered at the doorway, umbrellas pressed to keep rain from dripping in. They watched, breath held, as the forest beyond roiled with unnatural energy, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and the low wail of spirits on the wind. Elder Li's shoulders sagged as he bowed his head. "Very well," he said, voice choked. He placed the swaddled baby into Kai Lun's outstretched arms. The child cooed, stretching his tiny fingers toward the sage, as if sensing a familiar presence. Kai Lun nodded solemnly. "I will return one day, when the time is right, and you will know that he has fulfilled the destiny for which he was born." He stepped forward, and the magic circle shimmered around him as he crossed the threshold. The moment he did, the storm-abounded darkness recoiled, and the wind's howl softened to a mournful moan. Elder Chen and the villagers watched in awe as Kai Lun, illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns, strode into the night, the infant cradled gently at his breast. As he passed into the edge of the forest, the swirling motes of light followed him like a comet's tail, vanishing into the trees with a final, echoing chirp, an otherworldly promise of hope and peril. Intertwined. Inside, May's empty bed held the sorrow of her sacrifice. Elderly knelt beside it, pressing a tender hand to the silk pillow where May's head had rested. "Rest now, my child," he whispered between heaving sobs. "Your son is safe for now. But the world we leave him will demand more than we ever could." Above, the storm began to relent. The thunder receded, and the rain softened to a gentle patter against the roof. A fractured moon peeked through a gap in the clouds, casting pale, wavering light upon the humble cottage. In that moment, the village of Windfall Hollow felt the aftershock of an event that would echo through generations, the birth of a boy destined to stand between shadow and dawn, guided by a sage who carried a tiger's spirit within a jade talisman. The night stretched on, long and silent but for the soft whimpers of grieving hearts. And somewhere among the ancient pines, the first steps of a new guardian began. 3 years had passed since that storm-soaked night when Kai Lun carried the infant of Windfall Hollow into the heart of the Whispering Peaks. The boy, now known as Zephyr Moon, stood at the threshold of adolescence. His hair, jet black like his mother's, had grown long enough to tie back with a simple cord of braided silk. His eyes, still the color of dawn, flickered with curiosity as he traced the path of falling cherry blossoms that drifted through the open courtyard of the Cloudwind Monastery. "Kai Lun," his once dark robes now streaked with silver and dust from countless journeys, watched Zephyr from the steps of the grand hall. On his back, the jade tiger atop his staff glowed with a faint, emerald pulse. The staff's presence was a constant reminder to Zephyr that destiny awaited him, even before he fully understood what that meant. "Zephyr," Kai Lun called softly, "you will be late for morning meditation." Zephyr exhaled a small sigh. He had already bowed to the 5 statues of the 4 elements and the celestial tiger, each carved in polished white stone and draped in prayer ribbons. Now he turned, his young legs carrying him briskly toward the hall where the other novices gathered. Their ages ranged from 6 to 16, but because of Zephyr's latent spirit fire, he had been granted entry despite being only 11. Inside, lanterns hung from wooden beams carved with swirling cloud motifs. Monks in gray robes sat cross-legged on cushions of woven grass, each holding a slender incense stick. The air was a delicate haze of sandalwood, and sandalwood alone, no trace of smoke would be allowed to remain in such a sacred place. At the center, Master Shen hovered above the hall on a low dais, his eyes closed as he inhaled deeply. His long white beard reached his chest, and his eyes, when they opened, reflected the quiet patience of decades spent communing with the unseen. Zephyr knelt on the cushion assigned to him, folding his hands together and closing his eyes as the gong began its slow, solemn toll. The other novices inhaled and exhaled with him, their breaths like the gentle tide, rhythmic, controlled, serene. Yet Zephyr's mind was anything but serene. He could feel the something inside him stirring, a subtle warmth in his chest, like embers waiting to be stoked. Master Shen's voice would soon guide them into the pattern of 5 harmonies, a meditative sequence designed to align mind, body, spirit, breath, and intention. Zephyr tried to focus on the coach of the rising sun, but his thoughts drifted, the memory of his mother's pale face, Auntie Yu's soft lullaby, and that hour when he'd felt goose flesh as the spirits had gathered to claim him. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself back to the present. "The mind is like water," Master Shen intoned, voice steady and deep, clear of ripples, free of disturbance. With each word, Zephyr felt the world narrow to the pulse at his throat, the rising and falling of his lungs. Slowly, he let the warmth settle into a gentle glow, as if a single star had taken residence inside his chest. For a moment, his breathing synchronized with the glimmer of jade on Kai Lun's staff, visible at the edge of his meditation. The jade implored him, celebrated the discipline he was cultivating. When the gong struck for the final time, Zephyr opened his eyes to a silent nod from Master Shen. One by one, the novices bowed. Kai Lun stood to the side, arms folded, his expression attentive but unreadable. Zephyr rose, bowing deeply before his teacher, then at Kai Lun. "Good," Master Shen said. "Zephyr Moon, your spirit shows promise. But remember, power without control is like lightning without a channel, deadly and destructive." Zephyr inclined his head, thinking of the vision he'd had the night of his birth, swirling motes of gold, the cedar-scented wind pushing threads away, the faint shape of a jade tiger's gaze. He would honor that promise. After the meditation, the novices dispersed to their allotted training areas. Zephyr joined Kai Lun at a row of wooden practice dummies, each carved to mimic the stance of a martial posture: horse stance, crane's wing, tiger's paw, and serpent's coil. Today, Kai Lun would teach him a new form, an advanced sequence called Tiger's Halo, a circular technique meant to turn incoming energy back on itself. You must learn to feel the flow of energy, Kai Lun said, guiding Zephyr's stance. Position your feet like roots, steady and unyielding. Let your mind be like still water before a storm. Focus only on the point between your brows, where the jade tiger's awareness resides. Zephyr nodded, planting his feet. The morning sun filtered through the open windows, gilding Kai Lun's staff and lending his aura an otherworldly glow. Carefully, Zephyr shifted his weight, moving his right foot back into a low horse stance. He brought both palms in front of his chest, fingers outstretched, and centered himself on the hum of his breath. Kai Lun raised his staff. Strike. For the first time, Zephyr felt the concept of channeling energy rather than exerting force. He leaned forward, pushing with his legs, and thrust his arms outward in a sweeping arc. As he did, a subtle breeze radiated from his palms, just a whisper of movement. The wooden dummy rocked, its head tilting back. Kai Lun raised a single finger to halt Zephyr's strike. Slow, he admonished. Your power is too direct. Imagine the wind swirling around an oak trunk, not crashing through it. Let your energy guide you, rather than pushing in headlong. Zephyr adjusted. He softened his muscles, inhaled deeply, then exhaled, extending only as much as necessary. When his palms brushed the dummy in the circular strike, his second attempt, the dummy's arm spun around its joint and returned toward him, but he pivoted with it, meeting the motion. In that moment, a faint rumble of wind spiraled around his arms, then dissipated. Kai Lun nodded approvingly. Better. Soon you will learn to recycle your opponent's momentum, turn it back like a boomerang. But that lesson must wait. As they practiced, a low rumble echoed across the courtyard. Zephyr paused, feeling a tremor beneath his feet. Dust motes drifted along the stone floor as if nudged by an unseen exhalation. The other novices glanced up from their forms, exchanging puzzled looks. Kai Lun's eyes narrowed beneath his brow. Moving toward the edge of the courtyard, he gestured for Zephyr to follow. From the high window of the Great Hall, Master Shen watched silently. Below, at the southern gate of the monastery, a small band of travelers had appeared. They wore mismatched armor, some pieces adorned with crude runic patterns of silver thread. Their leader was a tall woman with ash-gray hair tied in a braided loop, her robes blood red despite the rain that had begun to fall. Her eyes, pale and stormy, swept across the courtyard until they fixed on Zephyr. At her hip hung a lantern made of black iron, inside which a tiny wisp of blue flame danced. Rumors in Windfall Hollow had spoken of shadow walkers, mercenaries who tracked souls for a price. The elder villagers had whispered that a certain sorceress among them could glimpse spirits, bending them to her will. Zephyr's heart hammered. He felt an ancient echo of fear. He had been hunted before, though he could hardly remember. Now, glimpses of movement at the edge of his vision suggested that creatures of shadow flanked the woman, twisted silhouettes that melted into darkness. Kai Lun stretched out a hand to stop Zephyr's panic. "Stand firm," he said. "Remember your breath. Inhale sky's peace, exhale earth's calm." The wind rose again, as if taking note. The ashen-haired leader spoke, her voice carrying clearly across the raindrops. "Kai Lun, we have come for the Jade Tiger's boy. Release him, and no blood need be spilled." She caressed the black iron lantern, causing its blue flame to flicker and flare. "The mistress commands it. You cannot defy her." Kai Lun's Jade Tiger staff hums in response. Stepping forward, he lowered his posture into a defensive stance. "I will not surrender him. The child's fate does not belong to your mistress, nor to you. He is under my protection." The mercenary woman tilted her head, revealing a silver tattoo beneath her left ear in the shape of a crescent moon. "Protector, or prisoner?" she mused. "The older order sought him as well. His power would have undone our world. We gave up the search when we believed him dead. But the mistress now seeks to bind that gift, twist it to her will. Hand him over, and we release you with your life." Zephyr glanced at Kai Lun, determination blooming in his chest. Though his heart raced with fear, a flicker of courage ignited within. He tightened his grip on the hem of his training tunic. "They will not take me," he murmured. Kai Lun placed a steady hand on Zephyr's shoulder, glancing at Master Shen, whose gaze glowed with quiet warning. "Sit back behind the line," Kai Lun instructed. "Your presence here may be what they want. I will handle this." Zephyr nodded, heart pounding, as he sidestepped behind the curved stones marking the courtyard's boundary. Kai Lun raised his staff, Jade Tiger eyes shining brighter as he unleashed the first spell, Rise, form of windswept oak. Invisible currents danced around him, lifting a swirl of pebbles into a ring of protection. The mercenaries halted, scanning the rising wind. The ashen-haired leader whom Kai Lun had earlier referred to as Mistress Zephyro lifted her chin and whispered in a tongue older than the mountains. The black iron lantern dropped to the ground, shattering as the glass and metal flanged apart. From its wreckage, phantom hands emerged, each composed of flickering blue flame and dark smoke. 5 shadowy figures stepped forth, limbs contorting as flames licked their edges. Their eyes burned with malice. Kai Lun's staff rose, its Jade Tiger's gaze fixed. "Guardian spirits of autumn, bind them," he intoned. Immediately, a swirl of golden leaves, coalescing into ethereal tigers, leapt from the staff's tip and clawed at the shadow hands. The phantoms shrieked as their forms disintegrated into drifting cinders, but Mistress Zephyra only smiled, raising a slender hand to summon more. Zephyr watched in awe and horror as the courtyard became a battlefield of elemental power. Golden tiger spirits clashed with blue flame phantoms, sending cascades of light and shadow dancing across the monastery walls. Master Shen descended from his dais, staff in hand. "Kai Lun," he called, "hold fast." I will assist. Kai Lun nodded, sweat glistening at his temples, and pressed forward. He slashed the air with his staff, each strike unleashing a gust of wind that forced two of the phantom figures back into whirls of smoke. Master Shen completed a sweeping arc with his own staff, weaving a pattern that sealed off the northern gate. Mistress Zephyr's lips curved in contempt as she raised her arms, eclipse of the obsidian moon. She chanted. A dark cloud descended from the sky, twisting overhead until it formed a disk of pure night. No stars, no moonlight, only swirling darkness. The courtyard plunged into an unnatural gloom, the golden tigers difficult to see. Zephyr felt the air grow heavy, the first chill of true night. Kai Lun gritted his teeth, focusing on Zephyr's presence rather than the swirling void above. He tapped into the latent power that dwelled within him and let it flow outward. From his staff erupted a beam of dawn light, soft white with tinges of pale gold piercing the gloom. The beam expanded, forming a radiant dome over the courtyard, pushing back the shadow disk and banishing the thrall of darkness. Mistress Zephyr hissed, her eyes narrowing. She retreated a step, summoning a dagger whose blade seemed to be hewn from liquid midnight. She lunged at Kai Lun, who parried with his staff, jade tiger head and midnight blade colliding in a cry of sparks. The echoed clash reverberated like a crashing tempest. Zephyr felt fear and exhilaration swirl in his belly. He wanted to help, to step forward and call upon the spirit within, and yet he held back, remembering Kai Lun's words. Instead, he focused on drawing energy from his breath, feeling the rhythmic pulse of his heart align with the beating of the earth beneath his knees. The courtyard's storm-lashed stones were littered with splintered wood and flickering embers from broken lanterns. A lone pomegranate tree stood near the southern gate, its crimson blossoms wilted by the unnatural darkness. From the branches dropped a single petal, landing at Zephyr's feet. He bent to pick it up, feeling a tangible swirl of energy at its center. That petal, once bathed in sunlight, now bore a pinprick of dawn light. As he held it, a soft warmth coursed up his arm, awakening the latent power within him. Suddenly, he knew, these runt petals, touched by adversity, could focus his spirit. He closed his eyes and let his spirit converge on that petal. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched it in his fist. "Guide me," he whispered, feeling the bud's warmth spread through his fingers into his chest. In that instant, the dome of dawn light above the courtyard became brighter. Kai Lun, pressing Zephyr's blade aside, felt it strengthen like a beacon. The ghostly phantoms weakened, their blue flames flickering. Mistress Zephyr staggered, surprised by the unexpected surge of radiance. She hissed, "The child, how dare he?" Zephyr opened his eyes to see a single ray of brilliant light streaming through a gap in the clouds above. He brought his fist petal still enclosed forward, releasing the bud's energy in a focused pulse. The blast of pure light struck the final phantoms, causing them to shriek and shatter into motes of ash. The ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself recognized the child's power. Kai Lun seized the moment to knock the dagger from Mistress Zephyr's hand. The blade clattered to the stones, dew-kissed and powerless. He slid his staff's butt to her midsection, pushing her back several paces until she stumbled. "Master Shen," stepping in behind Kai Lun, sent a wave of calming wind sweeping through the courtyard, dispersing the unnatural black cloud and revealing a moon still veiled by scattered storm clouds. Raindrops glistened in the lingering half-light. Mistress Zephyr sank to one knee, breathing heavily. Zephyr dropped the petal to the wet cobblestones, watching it dissolve in the rain, its light extinguished. "You will pay for this," she spat at Kai Lun, her voice tinged with menace. "The mistress will not be denied. We will return." Before Zephyr could react, a swirl of shadow lifted Zephyr's form. A vortex of night coalesced beneath her, ferrying her upward, feet not touching the ground until she disappeared in a whirl of inky smoke. The black lantern on her belt blinked twice, then vanished. Kai Lun lowered his staff, breathing heavily. "Are you all right, Zephyr?" he asked, his tone gentle but firm. Zephyr nodded, though his legs felt weak. The others in the courtyard stared at him, awe and fear mingled in their faces. Though he had not forced his power outward, the small tempest of dawn light he had summoned had shifted the tide of battle. Master Shen stepped closer, placing a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "You have grown within your struggle," he said. "This fight was not yours alone. Your spirit, our combined wills, sealed their defeat tonight. But remember, such power comes at a cost. Careful what you summon in anger or fear." Zephyr swallowed, remembering the fear that had seized him when the phantom hands emerged from the lantern. He nodded gravely. "I understand," he whispered. Kai Lun rested a reassuring hand on his back. "Come," he said quietly. "We must see that our defenses are secure." Zephyr's departure was but a temporary lull. Her mistress will not forget this night and will send others, stronger than before. As the monks filed back into the hall to re-establish wards and mend shattered barriers, Zephyr walked beside Kai Lun toward the tall oaken gates. He glanced back at the courtyard, the broken lanterns, the crushed petals, and at the base of the pomegranate tree, a single golden mote of dawn light glimmered briefly before fading. He thought of his parents, of the sacrifice May had made so that he might live. Now he felt the weight of their hopes upon his shoulders more keenly than ever. Raindrops began to let up as the storm's final breath passed through the peaks. In the distance, the first pale rays of dawn peeked above the highest summit, painting the monastery's rooftops with a soft, rose-gold hue. Zephyr inhaled deeply, feeling the sweetness of damp pine needles, the scent of monks' robes, and the unspoken promise of possibility in that new light. "Your journey has only begun," Kai Lun said, glancing at Zephyr with eyes that held both pride and caution. "Remember, the power within you is a gift but also a responsibility. Learn its nuances, master its rhythms, and remain true to the harmony it demands." Zephyr nodded, determination shining in his dawn-colored eyes. "I will not fail," he replied, voice steady. "I will protect our world from the darkness that seeks to consume it." As they walked through the open gates, Zephyr glanced one last time at the joyous faces of the novices peeking from behind pillars, and at Master Shen, standing stoically with the other monks. Beyond the monastery's walls lay forests still dripping with storm water, winding paths that led deeper into the peaks and, hidden from sight, the silent shadows of foes who would test Zephyr's strength again. But in that moment, beneath the clearing sky and the faint call of morning birdsong, he felt a surge of purpose. He was no longer merely a child saved from the brink. He was a beacon of dawn in a world at risk of eternal night. And with his teacher at his side, Zephyr, Moonbearer of the Jade Tiger's legacy, was ready to step forward into the unfolding adventure that awaited him. Dawn's first pale light spilled over the mountains, painting the monastery's curved rooftops in soft pink and gold. The aftermath of the battle still lingered in the courtyard, shattered lantern fragments embedded in puddles, scorched scorch marks along the stone path, and the faint scent of sweat and incense, mingling with lingering raindrops. Zephyr Moon stood at the edge of the courtyard, brushing a quivering tendril of hair from his face as he watched monks move quietly among the debris, re-establishing wards and repairing broken seals. Kai Lun, staff in hand, approached silently, his robe stained by mud and rain, yet his posture unbowed. Zephyr turned, blinking as his mentor's jade tiger totem seemed to glow faintly in the morning light. Master Shen descended the stone steps, adjusting his gray robes before taking his place beside them. The three of them formed a small triangle against a backdrop of swirling mist and sharpening mountain air. "Zephyr," Master Shen said, voice calm yet carrying an undercurrent of urgency, "last night's display was impressive and terrifying. You tapped into your spirit's potential without hesitation, but that also revealed the depth of the threat. Mistress Zephyra will regroup, and her mistress, whom none have seen, will not tolerate failure. We must act to safeguard not only the monastery, but the entire region." Zephyr swallowed. He could still recall the way Mistress Zephyra's final hiss had pierced the storm's ebb before she vanished. "What do we do?" he asked. "I'm still weak. I need to learn more before facing her again." Master Shen nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "You will learn quickly. But first, we must find the Celestial Aegis, an artifact lost for centuries. It is said to amplify protective wards by 1,000-fold, and its light can banish spectral darkness. Without it, even our combined strength may not hold back the Mistress's forces." Kai Lun added, "The Aegis was last recorded in the ruins of Duskmire village, a place swallowed by wilderness when the old roads collapsed. Few dare tread there now. Spirits and twisted creatures roam its overgrown streets. We must retrieve the Aegis before the next moon, or Windfall Hollow and all who dwell there risk being consumed by the Mistress's shadow." Zephyr clenched his fists. "Then I am ready. Take me to Duskmire." His voice held not a trace of fear. He exhaled, steadying himself on the chill breeze. Master Shen placed a gentle hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "You will need guides and supplies. Preparations begin now." An hour later, Zephyr and Kai Lun stood outside the monastery's eastern gate with two newcomers, Lyra, a healer whom the monks had sheltered after finding her unconscious on a forest path, and Thorn, a tracker who claimed to know the hidden trails leading to Duskmire. Lyra's copper hair was braided tightly, and her pale green eyes shone with purpose beneath a tattered gray scarf. Thorn, lean and wiry, leaned on a longbow, his dark eyes darting nervously. Zephyr studied them. The monastery's abbot had chosen Lyra for her gift of spirit sense. She could soothe restless souls and mend wounds inflicted by ethereal forces. Thorn's reputation was less certain. Tales described him as aloof, a loner who roamed the borderlands mapping mountain passes. Yet Master Shen believed Thorn's knowledge of hidden routes crucial to reaching Duskmire before the mistress's agents. "I appreciate your willingness," Kai Lun told them. "Our quest is urgent. We must move swiftly and quietly. Spirits roam the old road, some benevolent, some twisted by hunger." He gave Lyra a respectful nod. "Your healing hands may tip the balance between life and death." Then he turned to Thorn. "Guide us through the cracked peaks to the forest of silver leaves, and then northward to Duskmire. The route is treacherous. Few travelers survive the jagged cliffs and spirit-haunted woods." Thorn exhaled, slinging his bow over his shoulder. "I know the way, but it's not safe. You must trust my path and avoid the broken bridges." He fixed Zephyr with a half-lidded stare. "The moment you stray from the trail, you risk waking angered spirits." Zephyr squared his shoulders. "We will follow you exactly. Let us depart before noon. The mountain's shadows lengthen after midday, and that invites more dangers." Lyra knelt before Zephyr, placing cool hands on his arms. She closed her eyes, and in an instant, the faint glow of her spirit touch enveloped him, healing minor bruises and easing the ache in his muscles. "May your spirit remain calm," she whispered. "If the darkness grows, call my name and I will come." Zephyr nodded gratefully, feeling renewed energy flow through him. Kai Lun handed him a small pouch of herbs. "Bind these beneath your collar. They will guard you against minor curses." Then he looked at Master Shen, who raised a hand in blessing. "May the winds guide you, and the jade tiger's watch remain upon your backs." With that, the caravan Zephyr, Kai Lun, Lyra, Thorn, and 2 monastery squires carrying supplies stepped beyond the gate and into the rising sun. The cracked peaks loomed like shattered teeth against a cobalt sky. The trail zigzagged along cliffs that dropped steeply into narrow canyons. Jagged spires cast long, ragged shadows that shifted as the party climbed. Thorn led with confidence, but Thorn's jaw clenched when he passed ruined shrines whose moss-covered statues stared out with empty eye sockets. Lyra walked beside Zephyr, inhaling the mountain air and studying the wind's currents. "Do you sense it?" she murmured. Zephyr shook his head gently. "There's a faint sadness," she explained. "The remnants of rituals performed long ago, offerings left to appease wind spirits. Those offerings have rotted, leaving the spirits restless." Zephyr closed his eyes and felt the faint pulse of saddened air brushing his spirit. He summoned a flicker of dawn light and let it flow subtly. Immediately, the atmosphere brightened, and the frozen pang between pines softened momentarily. Thorn glanced back, brow raised. "You'd better not be wasting energy," he muttered, but the mood lightened and the path ahead seemed less foreboding. They halted midday at a narrow ledge. Lyra prepared a simple broth of mountain herbs, handing bowls to Zephyr and Kai Lun. Thorn nibbed on dried venison strips and stared warily into the line of drifting clouds. There have been sightings, strange figures drifting among the peaks. Ghostly silhouettes that vanish when approached, he warned, voice low. They aren't hostile, at first. But if you stay too long, you vanish too, just like those who never return from Duskmire. Zephyr sipped his broth, feeling warmth radiate downward. He recalled the rising spirit spell he was practicing, one that coaxed wandering souls toward peace. Lyra, when we approach these spirits, can you calm them so we can pass? He asked. Lyra nodded. As long as I have breath, I will guide them. She looked at Zephyr with calm determination. The two shared a silent vow, they would not falter. After midday's meal, they resumed their ascent. The wind picked up as they climbed higher, shrieking in sudden gusts that rattled loose stones. Thorn paused at a fork in the trail, peering intently at a faint loop of wind that swirled around a fallen log. This way, he said, gripping the path less traveled, dense with thorny brush. The main trail is too exposed. We each walk alone through shadows, then regroup beyond the ridgeline. Zephyr exchanged a glance with Kai Lun, who nodded. They parted ways. Zephyr followed the brush-choked path, stepping carefully to avoid snapping twigs. The wind's wail sharpened, he felt an unseen presence behind him, urging him forward. He slowed, heart beating faster, and glimpsed two pale figures floating near a toppled totem pole. Their limbs drifted, expressions serene yet sorrowful, spirits of villagers lost to some ancient calamity. Zephyr's heart clenched. He knelt, reaching into his spirit well. Little brothers, you have wandered too long, he whispered, voice gentle. He extended both palms as a dim aura of dawn light seeped from his hands, illuminating the ghost's translucent forms. The spirits drifted closer, eyes wide with recognition as Zephyr's calm energy lulled them. Their features softened, anguish melting into acceptance, and one by one, they shimmered into nothingness, freed at last. Zephyr exhaled as the wind stilled. A lone leaf drifted down, landing on his outstretched palm. He offered a silent prayer of gratitude, then continued. A few minutes later, he reached the ridgeline, where Kai Lun stood waiting, staff planted firmly in the ground. You did well, Kai Lun said softly. Your gift followed the path of compassion, not force. Zephyr nodded, chest heaving. I felt their sorrow. It was overwhelming. Kai Lun placed a hand on his shoulder. Compassion may be your greatest strength. But remember, not all spirits will welcome the light. Some choose madness over peace. Zephyr swallowed. They reunited with Thorn and Lyra, who both offered relieved smiles. Together, they traversed to a narrow bridge of twisted vines spanning a yawning chasm. Below, winds howled as pale mist rose in swirling tendrils. Thorn stepped onto the bridge first, testing a single vine with his boot. It held. One by one, they crossed, careful to keep balance against gusts strong enough to unsettle even a monk's steadiness. Beyond the bridge lay the forest of silver leaves. As they descended into the canopy, the sunlight transformed into a diffuse, shimmering glow as if filtered through a trillion tiny mirrors. Each leaf glinted like spun metal, and the air was thick with the scent of wet earth and moss. Zephyr felt a strange calm settle over him. The forest seemed alive with gentle watchfulness, an echo of memories long past. The path wound between massive tree trunks, their bark etched with ancient runes that flashed briefly at the edge of Zephyr's vision. Thorn led them deeper until Lyra raised a slender finger. "Look," she breathed. Ahead, carved into the trunk of a colossal oak, was an emblem, a stylized tiger coiled around a sapphire sun, ancient markings of the Aegis's guardians. Zephyr's heart raced. "This must be the boundary," he said. "Beyond this oak lies the ruins of Duskmire." Kai Lun studied the carving, tracing his fingertips over the grooves. "Yes. The Guardians once protected that village under the sapphire sun's light. When the darkness came, they scattered, and the ward collapsed. Now, only this marker remains." A low growl echoed through the treetops, and the leaves trembled. From the foliage emerged a being half serpent and half man, a silver-scaled guardian spirit with eyes like molten sapphire. Its body coiled, venomous fangs glinting, as it regarded the party. Lyra stepped forward, her hands raised in supplication. "Spiritual guardian, we come seeking passage to the ruins. We wish to reclaim the Aegis to heal this land." The guardian's forked tongue flicked as wind whipped its form into a haze. It hissed, body rippling. Zephyr felt a prickle of unease. Even in its ghostly form, the guardian exuded power that could rend life from bone. Yet he recalled Master Shen's words, "Show respect, not dominance." He stepped aside as Lyra spoke soothing words in the forest's ancient tongue. The guardian's eyes flickered between him and her, then to Kai Lun, whose jade tiger totem shone in response, its emerald light pulsing. The guardian coiled tighter, testing their resolve. Slowly, Lyra produced a small vial of mist distilled from silver fern blossoms, a gift of healing for the forest's pain. She uncorked it, and fine particles of silvery mist drifted around the guardian's coils. The spirit's fangs retracted, and it allowed the mist to swirl around its muzzle. Its eyes softened as it inhaled the healing scent. Lyra bowed deeply. Zephyr followed suit, whispering, "Thank you, guardian of the silver leaves." Kai Lun nodded respectfully. The guardian rose fully upright, then bowed its head, dispensing a sliver of moonlight in its eyes. In response, it lifted a scale from its torso and offered it to Zephyr. "No. I accept," Zephyr whispered, taking the scale. Its surface shimmered with inner light and warmth. The guardian chittered softly, then slithered back into the foliage, vanishing as if it had never been. The forest fell silent, as though taking a breath before exhaling once more. Zephyr examined the scale, cool to his touch yet radiant. "This will help ward the Aegis from dark forces," Kai Lun explained. "Keep it close, for shadows may seek to steal your light. They pressed on, stepping over twisted roots and winding around colossal trunks that blocked all but slivers of sky. Soon, sunlit patches gave way to gloom, and the forest floor descended sharply into a valley swallowed by brambles and ancient stones. As they crested the final rise, the ruins of Duskmire emerged in the distance, half-collapsed buildings of mossy brick, vines choking arched doorways, and broken statues of gilded guardians lying toppled. Zephyr's breath caught. The village was silent, no crows cried, no wind rattled through empty windows, nothing stirred except the echo of their own feet. Thorn led them through a narrow lane, stepping over debris and collapsed roofs. The scent of damp wood and decayed parchment filled the air. Lyra whispered a prayer for those who had perished, while Kai Lun scanned the ruins for signs of the Aegis. They came upon the village's center, a circular plaza where a broken fountain once soared. At its heart lay a wellhead, carved from black stone and inscribed with verses of binding. Thorn knelt by the well and brushed away layers of moss, revealing a shallow stone basin whose cavernous opening pointed downward into darkness. This well served as the heart of Duskmire, Thorn explained. They believed it tapped into the world's ley lines. The Aegis was hidden beneath it, bound by runes. When the calamity struck, the village fell, and those who remained trapped its power beneath rubble and ruko. Kai Lun nodded, unsheathing a slender knife etched with luminous glyphs. We must break the seals carefully. Zephyr and Lyra, stand ready to ward the influx of spirit energies once I slice through the final layer. Zephyr steeled himself. He had never released so much power at once. Lyra placed a comforting hand on his arm. We're with you, she said, eyes resolute. Kai Lun turned to Zephyr. Remember what you learned: compassion, clarity, channel. You are not alone. Kai Lun knelt by the well's rim and pressed the tip of his knife against the etched glyphs. With a measured breath, he traced a line around the circumference. Tendrils of jade light pulsed from the blade, weaving into the runes until they glowed like distant stars. The well trembled as if alive, a low hum resonated from beneath their feet. Zephyr felt a surge of energy from the well chiming like 1,000 bells in his bones. He closed his eyes and centered his breath. When Kai Lun completed the circle, the runes shattered like glass, and a shockwave of discordant spirit energy erupted, fracturing dust into motes of golden light. From the darkness below came a deep echo, an ancient heartbeat of power long dormant. Lyra pressed her palms to the ground, chanting softly in the old language, sending waves of healing balm into the turmoil. Thorn unclasped a leather pouch of silver dust and cast it into the well's opening. The dust shimmered as it sank, extinguishing black smoke that threatened to billow upward. Zephyr opened his eyes and felt his spirit resonate. He raised both arms and called upon the Jade Tiger's blessing. A column of dawn-hued light shot up from his palms into the well's maw, merging with Kai Lun's emerald knife glow and Lyra's soothing green wave. Thorn fanned the silver dust, and the ancient energies coalesced into a swirling vortex of pure white light that descended into the well. A thunderous crack echoed from below as a hidden door slid open deep within the earth. An object rose from the depths, a shield-shaped disc of iridescent metal, etched with a sapphire sun and encircled by a coiled golden tiger. It glimmered with an inner light so bright that Zephyr had to squint. Elder Kai Lun gently extracted the celestial Aegis, lifting it into the open air. The artifact pulsed like a living thing, its rays reaching out to bathe the courtyard. As the Aegis cleared the well's mouth, the ruins quaked, and debris shook free from collapsing walls, remnants of the catastrophe that had buried this place centuries ago. The plaza shook violently, and dust rose in choking clouds. "We must leave," Kai Lun shouted. He clutched the Aegis to his chest, its weight both heavy and comforting. The four of them fled the crumbling stone circle, stumbling over uneven cobbles as the ruins collapsed behind them. Lyra's healing aura shielded them from falling fragments, while Zephyr summoned a swirl of light to guide their path. They burst from Duskmire's bones just as an entire building toppled inward, burying the well and sealing the secrets beneath a mountain of rubble. Panting, they watched as dust settled and sunlight filtered once more through the canopy. The Aegis gleamed in Kai Lun's arms, untarnished by the chaos. Zephyr looked at his companions. Lyra's eyes shone with relief, Thorn's jaw clenched but his shoulders sagged in triumph, and Kai Lun's face was grave but triumphant. The Aegis was theirs, for now, but the threat of Mistress Zephyr's return hovered over them like a gathering storm. As they made camp beneath the forest of silver leaves, Kai Lun set the Aegis on a low wooden altar and began inscribing protective wards around it using strands of Lyra's hair, Thorn's silver dust, and Zephyr's dawnlight essence. The wards pulsed, shimmering like ripples on a moonlit lake, sealing the artifact from prying eyes and dark spirits. Zephyr knelt beside Lyra and whispered, "We did it, but what happens next? The mistress will not be pleased." Lyra wrapped an arm around him. "We will be ready. We have each other and the Aegis. Its light will guide us." Thorn added, "You have my bow to back you up. And my knowledge of these woods." Kai Lun placed a gentle hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "Tomorrow, we return to Windfall Hollow. There, we place the Aegis at the monastery's heart. Its light will shine for all to see, a beacon of hope. But remember, the Aegis protects only if we protect each other first. The mistress's darkness grows stronger every moment. We must be ready when she comes." Zephyr breathed in the scent of damp earth and silver leaves. He closed his eyes and let the rising moonlight wash over him, warming him from within. In his chest, the soft glow of dawnlight pulsed in time with his heartbeat. He felt alive with possibility and prepared, at last, to stand between shadow and dawn. The journey back to Windfall Hollow took 3 days, each marked by trials that tested the fortitude of Zephyr Moon and his companions. By the time they crested the final ridge overlooking the valley, the sun was low and the air tinged with the scent of pine and wood smoke. The monastery's tiled roofs gleamed pale gold in the late afternoon light, and a gentle haze lay across the fields below, where villagers tended their final harvest of the season. As they descended into the valley, Zephyr felt the presence of the celestial Aegis nestled close against his chest, its pulsing light a silent reassurance. Kai Lun walked at his side, eyes alert for signs of Mistress Zephyr's agents. Lyra followed, offering healing herbs to any traveler they passed who looked ill or wounded. Thorn brought up the rear, bow at the ready, scanning the surrounding forests for unnatural movement. When the monastery gates came into view, the four halted. Outside the walls, villagers had gathered, farmers clutching scythes and hoes, children and elders craning their necks to see the returning party. Even from this distance, Zephyr could feel the unease radiating from the collective hearts of Windfall Hollow. News of the phantoms at Duskmire had reached them, and now whispers of a greater threat circulated among them like a chill wind. Kai Lun lifted a hand in greeting. "We return with hope," he called, voice carrying across the valley. "The celestial Aegis is secure. Its light will protect us all if we stand united." A murmur ran through the crowd. From among the villagers, elderly and Elder Chen emerged, tears of relief shining in their eyes. They rushed forward, elderly grasping Zephyr's shoulders as if to confirm that the boy he had once held as an infant was truly theirs again. "Zephyr, my son," he whispered. "You have returned." Zephyr knelt, bowing deeply before his grandfather, blood pounding in his ears. He rose, and Elder Chen enveloped him in a trembling hug. Lyra approached next, pressing a small bundle of fresh herbs into Elder Chen's hands. "These will cure the fever that grips the village," she said gently. "I found them near Duskmire. It seems the sickness there has spread." Elder Chen's face paled, and she turned to Zephyr. "Tell us, child, what do you see? Will our home be safe?" Zephyr inhaled, recalling Mistress Zephyr's final warning and the mistress's unseen consort. He felt the weight of their concern settle on his shoulders, heavier even than the burden of the Aegis. "The Aegis's light will protect the monastery," he said carefully. "But the sickness in the village is not natural. Nyara's herbs will help, but some force has spread a malevolence across the fields. We must purify the land." From atop the monastery's ramparts, Master Shen and a dozen acolytes waved as they descended. Master Shen approached, his silver beard catching the dying sunlight. "We have readied the wards," he announced. "But the barrier will hold only for so long. Use the Aegis wisely." Kai Lun nodded. "We will need to hold the barrier until we can confront Zephyr's mistress directly. But first, we must cleanse the blight infecting the fields." Zephyr, Lyra, and Thorn moved at Master Shen's side to oversee the ritual. While monks unrolled scrolls of purifying incantations, Lyra and Zephyr distributed the Duskmire herbs to villagers, instructing them in the simple process of brewing the infusion. Thorn, meanwhile, led a small party of novices to each farmhouse at the edge of the valley, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Within the courtyard of the monastery, a large stone basin had been placed. Monks gathered around it, dipping white cloth banners inscribed with words into the Aegis's glow, then hanging them on tall poles at the field's borders. The wards shimmered faintly as the celestial Aegis's light suffused them, creating a halo of pale luminescence that extended outward like protective arms. Beneath those banners, villagers hoisted scythes, hoping to sever the source of the contamination with their harvest. Zephyr knelt on the ground, penning small runes into the handle of his staff, a slender wooden shaft that he carried in lieu of Kai Lun's imposing jade totem. As he worked, Lyra knelt beside him, murmuring a healing charm over each rune. Together, they channeled the Aegis's energy into the staff, infusing it with a gentle warmth. Thorn returned with word of sickened livestock near the old mill. Zephyr rose, nodding in determination. "I will go with him," he said, pointing to Thorn. "The villagers need more than herbs, they need someone to drive away the spirit of the blight." Lyra stepped forward. "Let me come as well," she urged. "My spirit sense will guide us to the heart of the sickness." Kai Lun studied Lyra's determined expression, then gave a slight nod. "Be mindful of your strength," he cautioned. "Darkness feeds on fear. Stay close." As afternoon bled into evening, Zephyr, Lyra, Thorn, and 2 monks threaded through the barns and stables behind the monastery. At the old mill, a weathered wooden structure perched on the bank of a sluggish stream, the sickened cattle huddled together, their eyes glazed and fur-matted. Thorn knelt beside a heifer whose ribs protruded painfully. "It started a week ago," he said gravely. "They refused to eat, then became feverish. Now they stand without strength." Zephyr's heart thudded. He crouched, placing his hand on the heifer's shoulder. "I feel sorrow," he breathed, feeling the creature's anguish like a dull ache. He closed his eyes, calling upon the dawn light locked within his spirit. A gentle glow seeped around his fingers, then spread across the heifer's back. The cow's breathing eased, its eyes blinked with momentary clarity before closing again in exhaustion. Lyra knelt beside Zephyr, humming a healing song. Soft motes of green light drifted from her palms, weaving around the cattle. Their breathing grew more even, and a few animals raised their heads, ears flicking toward the approaching night breeze. Thorn hurried to refill his pouch with silver salt from Lyra's satchel, sprinkling it around the animals' pens. Suddenly, an anguished moan shattered the stillness. From the mill's shadows, a gaunt figure emerged, once a miller of Windfall Hollow, now twisted by the blight. Its skin was ashen, eyes hollow, and mouth agape in a silent scream. It lurched toward Zephyr, arms outstretched, longing for a life it could no longer grasp. Zephyr's breath caught. He raised his staff, whose runed shaft pulsed with life. "Spare these innocents," he commanded, voice steady though his heart hammered. The staff's glow gathered, forming a circle of pale light around the cattle and the party. The twisted figure halted, its mouth gaping as if unsure whether to speak or howl. Lyra advanced, calling the same healing chant that had soothed the cattle. A soft wave of green light washed over the miller's form, dissolving the distortion in his eyes. For a heartbeat, the man's humanity flickered, a flash of gratitude, of pain, of lingering memory before a low growl erupted from the darkness behind him. From the mill's depths, a rotting stump uprooted itself, revealing a bramble snake creature, a serpentine monster formed from vines and poisoned rot, its fangs dripping with black ichor. The stench of decay filled the air as it slithered forward, its body writhing with malevolence. "No," Zephyr whispered, mind racing. Thorn crouched low, arrow knocked to his bowstring. "Get out of the way," he warned, noticing the staff's protective circle flicker as the bramble snake's rot seeped against the wards. Zephyr stepped between the creature and the cattle, lifting his staff high. "By the Aegis's light, I banish you." He thrust the staff forward, and from its tip poured a torrent of luminous energy shaped like a coiled tiger. The tiger's roar echoed in Zephyr's mind as it lunged at the bramble snake, claws slashing through rotting vines. Yet the bramble snake retaliated by ejecting a spray of poisoned sap toward Zephyr. He stumbled, wind knocked from his lungs, and the staff faltered for a heartbeat. Lyra cried out, extending both hands. A wave of healing radiance streamed forth, enveloping Zephyr, cleansing the sap before it could burn him. Zephyr rose to his feet, renewing his focus. He recalled the lessons of Tiger's Halo, the circular motion that returned an attacker's force to itself. Drawing a deep breath, he rotated his staff in a wide arc. The staff's glow widened into a sweeping arc of light that wrapped around the bramble snake, pushing it back. Then he pivoted on his heel, and the light reversed, striking the creature with its own momentum. The bramble snake shrieked, its vines unraveling as the energy seared through its rotted core. Thorn unleashed a volley of silver-tipped arrows, driving the last fragments of the creature into the ground, where they sizzled and turned to ash. The ruinous stench dissipated as damask flowers' tender blossoms used for purification sprouted through cracks in the stone floor, their petals shimmering with dew. The miller, now fully freed from the blight, knelt on trembling legs, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you," he whispered, voice ragged with emotion. Zephyr lowered his staff, feeling the exhaustion of expending so much energy. He knelt beside the miller, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Rest now," he said. "I will see that you are tended and healed." Lyra knelt at the miller's other side, offering a poultice of fresh damask petals to cleanse his wounds. Thorn surveyed the pens. "The rest of the cattle will recover," he said, tightening his belt. "But the root of this blight lies deeper, perhaps in the fields beyond." Zephyr nodded, recalling the sickened vines he had seen on the way to the mill. "We must find whatever source taints the soil. The villagers deserve to harvest their crops in peace." The miller rose on unsteady legs, gratitude and sorrow mingling on his face. The old fields near the east meadow, the earth there turned black overnight. "I tried to burn the crops, but the rot returned within hours." He pointed toward the distant fields that stretched beyond the horizon. Lyra placed a reassuring hand on the miller's arm. "Stay here," she told him. "We will cleanse the land." The miller nodded, relief flooding his eyes. The four then turned toward the east meadow, Thorn leading the way. By dusk, they arrived at the blackened fields. Rows of twisted vines and oozing sap covered the stalks, the air was thick with the scent of fetid rot, and ghostly silhouettes flickered just beyond the edge of their vision. Zephyr felt the sickness in his bones, a chill that crawled beneath his skin. Kai Lun and Master Shen joined them, arriving just in time to see Zephyr raise his staff. "Be careful," Kai Lun cautioned. This is no mere malady, it is a deliberate corruption. Kai Lun laid a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. Remember, Tiger's halo. Turn the darkness upon itself. Zephyr closed his eyes, summoning his spirit center. A gentle hum rose from his staff, and he whispered, "By Zendori's blessing, let the root of darkness be uprooted." A column of dawn light surged from the staff's tip, illuminating the fields in a brilliant halo. The blackened stalks hissed as the light scorched away the rot, releasing tendrils of inky smoke that writhed like serpents. Zephyr held firm as vines reached out, attempting to ensnare him, but he rotated his staff in a tight circular motion. The eldritch vines recoiled, then lunged again, only to be met by Zephyr's counter-arc, sending them spiraling back into themselves until they collapsed into ash. Meanwhile, Lyra knelt at the earth, chanting a healing incantation. A wave of emerald mist emanated from her palms, weaving between the fields and uplifting the soil's vitality. She pressed a palm to the blackened ground, and the soil pulsed under her touch, shimmering with faint green sparkles as its life force rekindled. Thorn shaded his eyes with a gaunt-leafed hand, firing arrows dipped in silver salt at any creeping seeds that tried to root again. Master Shen planted white candles inscribed with purifying runes at every corner of the field, their flames burning blue despite the damp air. Kai Lun formed arcs of wind to keep the cold rot from swirling back into the cleansed earth. As the combined light of dawn, healing, and purification washed over the fields, Zephyr felt a final tug at his spirit, a pulse of genuine life, pushing through the remnants of decay. With one last sweep of his staff, he unleashed a blast of pure energy that sent a shock wave through the expanse. The blackened vines hissed, then disintegrated into golden ash that fluttered skyward like embers. In that moment, the East Meadow exhaled a breath long held. The land trembled, and emerald shoots sprouted from the fertile earth. Tender green leaves unfurled, and the familiar scent of barley and grain rose on the wind. Zephyr lowered his staff, breathing heavily, as the night's shadows retreated. Lyra rose, her eyes shining with unshed tears, as she watched the land resurrect before them. "You did it," she whispered, and her voice trembled with awe. Kai Lun approached, nodding with pride. He grasped Zephyr's shoulder firmly, and Zephyr felt the full weight of his mentor's respect. "You wielded the Aegis's light with compassion and clarity," Kai Lun said. "You have saved the village's harvest." Thorn exhaled, leaning on his bow. "Now the field's live again," he said, voice steady. "Let the villagers know their crops will feed them this year." The miller, huddled near the field's edge, exhaled in relief. The pale moon broke through the clouds, washing the fields in silver light. The four stood together, gazing over the revived earth, knowing that their bond and combined resolve had repelled the blight. But somewhere in the night, beyond the veil of the valley, Mistress Zephyr's mistress watched, aware that the celestial Aegis had been reclaimed. An ominous wind whispered through the darkness, a warning that the next confrontation would demand the full measure of Zephyr's dawn-lit spirit and the unwavering unity of all who stood beside him. The moon had scarcely climbed above the mountains when the news of the purified fields spread throughout Windfall Hollow. By mid-morning, most of the village had gathered around the newly tilled earth, staring in awe at the tender green shoots bursting from previously foul ground. Children ran through the furrows, their laughter mingling with the gentle murmur of the stream that cut through the east meadow. Elders knelt to touch the fertile soil, eyebrows lifting as though they had felt the life pulse beneath their fingertips. Zephyr Moon stood at the edge of the field, the cool dawn light glinting off his staff's runes. Behind him, Lyra arranged fresh cuttings of damask flowers along the furrow edges, weaving them into temporary protective wards. Thorn, ever vigilant, patrolled the periphery with a bow at the ready, nodding at villagers who emerged from cottages with baskets of bread and herbs to offer in gratitude. Beside them, Kai Lun and Master Shen stood quietly on a raised embankment, watching with pleased expressions. "Remarkable," Master Shen said, voice low enough that only Kai Lun could hear. "The fields thrive again as though the blight had never touched them." Kai Lun nodded, glancing at Zephyr. "He has grown beyond my expectations. Yet we cannot linger here in complacency. The mistress will strike back, and we must be prepared." Zephyr knelt and scooped handfuls of dark loam, letting it sip through his fingers. He felt the warmth of life returning to the valley and allowed himself a soft smile before straightening. "The villagers owe everything to the Aegis's power and to Lyra's healing," he said. He called over a group of farmers, handing them small pouches of silver salt. "Sprinkle this at each corner of your fields tonight. It will ward against any lingering shadows." The farmers bowed respectfully, tucking the pouches into their belts. Thorn guided them quickly through the process, demonstrating how to cast the salt in a wide arc so that each grain caught the breeze. By midday, every field in the lower valley had been salted, and the villagers returned to their homes with lighter hearts. That evening, the monastery hosted a small festival to celebrate the harvest's apparent bounty. Lanterns hung from wooden beams in the courtyard, casting warm pools of light across long tables laden with roasted vegetables, freshly baked loaves, and bowls of barley stew. Villagers and monks alike gathered to share a simple meal: rice cakes sprinkled with cinnamon, sweet dumplings filled with honeyed dates, and cups of warm tea. A troupe of novices performed a dance of swirling ribbon wands, their movements echoing the flow of wind and water. Zephyr watched from a low stone bench, reclining slightly as he nibbled on a rice cake. "Eat more, child," Elderly urged, pressing a dumpling into Zephyr's hand. "Your work has been extraordinary." Elder Chen sat beside him, smiling proudly. Zephyr accepted the dumpling with a nod, savoring its sweetness. The joy in the villagers' faces offered him a rare moment of peace, a reminder of what he fought to protect. Suddenly, the music stuttered as a young monk ran into the courtyard, eyes wide. "Master Shen." "Kai Lun." "There's been a disturbance near the east gate, strange marks on the stones, as though something clawed at them." His breath came fast. "No one knows what did it?" A hush fell. Villagers exchanged anxious glances, and the novices halted in mid-step. Master Shen stood immediately, expression grave. "Zephyr, Thorn, come with me." He strode toward the gate, Kai Lun at his heels. Zephyr rose, strapping his staff to his back, and followed. Even the flickering lantern light seemed dimmer now, as if a shadow had crept into the festivities. At the east gate, two monks knelt beside a tall stone pillar where jagged grooves scored its surface. The stone was chipped and blackened as though scorched by darkness. Lyra knelt beside them and placed a cool hand against the etched grooves. Her eyes fluttered closed as she sensed a lingering pulse, a low thrum of corruption, faint but undeniably present. "This was made by shadow claws," she whispered, voice trembling. The creature wields dark claws that rend wards as easily as if they were silk. Kai Lun crouched to examine the marks. The scratches follow no natural curve, they spiral toward the ward's second runic seal. Whoever or whatever did this intended to breach the monastery's defenses. He traced the grooves with trembling fingers, then shook his head. But whether beast or sorcery, they retreated without fully piercing the barrier. Someone or something tested our wards and found them wanting. Thorn frowned. "Hear that?" He pointed toward the forest just beyond the gate. A murmur crackled through the treetops, like leaves scratching in a slow, deliberate pattern. "They're out there, watching." Zephyr and Kai Lun rose together. The festival lanterns flickered into view beyond them, and the scent of rice cakes mingled with the crisp night air. "Chief among them is Mistress Zephyr's new ally," Kai Lun said, voice hushed yet urgent. "Her mistress grows stronger. We have no time to lose. Zephyr, while I strengthen the wards, you and Lyra will lead a small circle of novice watchers to patrol the perimeter. Thorn, you guard the field. Any sign of movement beyond these stone walls, you intercept." Zephyr inclined his head. "Understood." Lyra swallowed, glancing at Master Shen, who nodded. She rose, gathering a woven satchel filled with healing herbs. Moonlight gleamed through the trees, and a soft wind cooled the courtyard. Zephyr and Lyra crossed the threshold, joined by 6 novices in grey robes who looked both eager and frightened. Each carried a simple lantern, no wards, only flames, but even that glow might be enough to ward lesser spirits at the forest's edge. Master Shen returned to the courtyard to collaborate with Kai Lun. Zephyr felt Lyra's steady gaze on his back as he led the young novices toward the north perimeter. The forest beyond the gate was dense, tall pines and maple trees whose leaves had begun to turn fire red. A narrow path wound between them. The lantern light tossed dancing shapes across the trunks. Zephyr felt the familiar ache of anticipation. He could almost taste the tension in the air. "Watch closely," Lyra whispered to the novices. "If you sense cold or hear whispers, circle back. Do not proceed alone." Zephyr nodded, stepping off the path onto a grassy clearing. Tall, slender reeds lined a narrow stream. Their lanterns bobbed with each breath as the novices formed a loose half-circle. A sudden rustle broke the hush. A pale, elongated figure darted from behind a fir, then froze in the lantern's glow. Its head was tilted unnaturally, as though glued to its shoulders. 2 black holes gleamed where its eyes should have been. Its arms ended in jagged, gnarled claws that dripped crimson ichor onto the fallen leaves. The figure moved with jerky, disjointed steps, like a puppet with frayed strings. The novices gasped and backed away, but Zephyr raised a hand, palm outward. A soft beam of dawn light pulsed over the clearing. The creature recoiled, emitting a hollow, hissing shriek that echoed through the pines. Lyra stepped forward, voice gentle but firm. "Rest now," she chanted in the old tongue. She extended both hands, allowing her healing aura to glow. The figure wavered, then collapsed into quivering sag, its claws retracting as it slumped to the ground in a shuddering heap. Lyra pressed a palm to its chest. "Peace," she murmured. A swirl of green mist rose from her hand, enveloping the creature. Its empty eye sockets flickered, then went dark. It dissolved into motes of mist that drifted upward like petals. For a moment, the clearing was still. Then the wind sighed through the trees and the novices exhaled. Zephyr lowered his staff, applauding softly. "Well done, Lyra. You freed its spirit." The novices collected themselves, eyes wide with admiration. "Remember," Zephyr said, "not all that comes will be eager to be freed. Some will resist, and they are most dangerous when angered." Lyra nodded, brushing fallen leaves from her robes. Zephyr glanced toward the monastery lights in the distance, imagining the wards flickering as Kailun chanted. He and Lyra guided the novices along the path, clearing any lingering shadow fragments and returning restless spirits to peace. By the time they reached a narrow stone bridge crossing the stream, the night sky had deepened into pure indigo, and the lanterns glowed like clusters of fireflies through the pines. On the bridge stood Thorn, bow in hand, scanning the tree line. He lowered his head in greeting. "All clear so far. But I feel them watching." He sheathed an arrow, drawing attention to a set of tiny footprints in the mud, prints shaped like bird talons. Zephyr frowned. "Could be young wraiths, testing our defenses." He crouched to examine the prints. They moved toward the old burial mounds beyond the northern fields. "We should follow quietly." Thorn nodded and led the way. Lyra and Zephyr followed, novices trailing behind in single file. The path narrowed as they entered a low-lying burial plain once reserved for honored ancestors. There, centuries-old stone markers rested in neat rows, half sinking into the damp earth. Each bore inscriptions praising the virtues of those gone on to the spirit realm. Tall grasses brushed Zephyr's ankles as he passed between the markers. The novices held their lanterns high to illuminate the ancient symbols, stylized dragons circling a golden sun, phoenix wings arching into the moon. Lyra placed a palm on one marker, murmuring a blessing. The engraving glowed faintly, as though responding to her gentle essence. "They watch from every stone," she whispered. "We must be swift." A flutter of movement caught Zephyr's attention, shadows dancing near the far edge of the plain. He raised his staff, igniting a slender beam of dawn light that cut a ribbon through the darkness. The trees surrounding the burial mounds sighed as wind rippled through their branches, and then the shadows resolved into a group of hunched figures, wraiths, battered by half-formed rage. Their faces were twisted into silent snarls, eyes empty yet burning with hunger. Thorn knocked an arrow, his cheek brushing the polished wood. He loosed it in a single smooth breath. The arrow, tipped with silver, hissed as it struck the lead wraith and dispersed it into swirling motes that evaporated into the night. But 5 more colorless forms advanced, their arms outstretched, hungry for living flesh. Lyra stepped forward, voice ringing. "Return to the light," she intoned. She extended her hands and released a wave of healing green mist that washed across the plain. 2 wraiths halted, their forms flickering. But the remaining 3 howled in silent rage and lunged forward. Zephyr spun his staff, and a second spark of brilliance transformed into a circle of golden light that erupted outward in a radiant wave. The wraiths reeled, recoiling as though struck by a physical force. They retreated, but the undead hunger remained. Thorn released a volley of arrows, each arrow bursting in a flash of silver upon impact. The last wraith dissolved into motes that drifted upward like embers. When the dust settled, only 1 wraith remained, hovering near a tilted gravestone. Its head lolled at a sick angle, clasping ragged robes stained with ancient blood. It turned to face Zephyr and Lyra, its empty eyes glowing with defiant malice. The novices trembled in fear. Zephyr stepped forward, gripping his staff firmly. "You belong with your ancestors," he said softly. "Rest now." He focused his spirit, letting dawn light gather into a single prismatic beam. But at that moment, a cold wind whipped through the burial plain. The wraith stiffened, and its head snapped up as if hearing a call. It let out a shrill cry that reverberated like a dissonant chord. The circle of light around it flickered and dimmed as slivers of darkness wormed through its heart. It lunged toward Zephyr with renewed vigor, clawing at the staff. Zephyr staggered as the wraith's energy struck him like a wall of chill. He coughed, his vision blurring. Lyra cried out, "Zephyr!" She rushed to his side, placing both hands on his chest. A flood of healing warmth poured from her palms, knitting torn edges of his spirit and dispelling the frost. Zephyr gasped, breathing deeply as his breath freed. He raised his staff with renewed resolve and thrust it forward, sending a pulsing beam of dawn light straight into the wraith's chest. The wraith screamed, its form unraveling like thread, until it collapsed to the grass in a pile of ash. The novices exhaled in unison. Thorn knelt beside Zephyr. "Are you all right?" he asked. Zephyr nodded, sweat beading on his brow. Lyra held him steady. "This one was bound by an older curse," she said. "The darkness that lingers here is stronger than it seemed." Zephyr took a steadying breath. "Then we will break it together." He placed a hand on the gravestone the wraith had clung to. The stone glowed with a faint inner light, and Zephyr traced his staff's runes along its surface. A soft hum emanated from the marker, an echo of a life once lived. Lyra knelt and laid her hand on Zephyr's, directing his energy into the stone. A column of multicolored light shot from their joined hands and struck the stone. The runes flared, and a voice soft, distant, and reverent spoke an ancient invocation. The voice faded as the gravestone's light grew, then faded into pure white as the marker cracked and disintegrated into fine dust. The earth trembled one last time, then stilled. The burial plain felt lighter, as though a burden had been lifted. Zephyr closed his eyes, allowing the serenity to wash over him. The wind that followed was no longer mournful, but calm and gentle. Lyra exhaled and touched Zephyr's arm. "It is done." Zephyr nodded. He surveyed the novices, each of whom looked exhausted but resolute. "You were brave," he told them. "You faced the fear beyond the ward and stood firm." They bowed, faces flushed with pride. Thorn helped Zephyr to his feet. "Lead on, my friend. Let's see to the sickened livestock and tend any wounded." He reached for Zephyr's staff and pressed a supportive hand against his shoulder. The moon had climbed higher, and the lantern's light at the edge of the plain glowed like a distant promise. The group turned toward the east meadow once more, each step echoing their bond: the healer, the tracker, the mentor, and the monk-bearer of dawn light. Their mission had restored fields and freed lost spirits, but they all sensed the gathering storm beyond these walls. Mistress Zephyr's mistress would not be easy to confront. She would marshal forces far more terrible than mere wraiths or bramble snakes. Back at the monastery, Kai Lun awaited them by the east gate, staff planted firmly in the ground. Master Shen stood beside him, eyes reflecting pride and a touch of sorrow. "You returned safely," Kai Lun said as they approached. "But I feel a darker shadow stirring beyond even the burial plain. I cannot name it yet, but its presence infuses the night." Zephyr exchanged a glance with Lyra, who placed her hand on his arm as though seeking assurance. Zephyr nodded. "We will face it together." Kai Lun smiled, a rare softness in his expression. "Tonight, we break for rest. Tomorrow, we build new wards and strengthen the Aegis's light. Soon, we go to the heart of her lair where the mistress awaits us. Until then, prepare yourself, Zephyr Moon. The greatest test of your dawn spirit lies yet ahead." The four turned toward the monastery's gates, their lanterns flickering in the night. Beyond lay hope and fear in equal measure. The valley slept under the pale watch of the moon, and Windfall Hollow's future now rested on the courage of a boy born under a storm, a healer gifted with light, a tracker forged by solitude, and a sage who guided them all. Deep in the forest beyond, the mistress's eyes watched, and the world held its breath for the next dawn. The first light of dawn crept gradually over the peaks, chasing the final shadows from the valley. In Windfall Hollow, the air felt palpably lighter than it had just 24 hours earlier. Birds began their morning songs, and the low murmur of villagers stirring in their homes signaled the valley's slow awakening. Yet within the protective walls of the monastery, a different kind of dawn was unfolding, a dawn of preparation, anticipation, and pressing urgency. At the courtyard center, Kai Lun stood before the celestial Aegis, which had been placed atop a marble pedestal carved with the ancient sigils of guardians long departed. Morning rays caught the Aegis's surface, causing it to shimmer with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Master Shen knelt at Kai Lun's side, dipping a brush into a small ink pot filled with violet liquid. With deliberate strokes, he inscribed new runic symbols around the Aegis's rim, symbols meant to amplify its protective resonance and ward against creeping shadows. Zephyr Moon watched quietly from the edge of the courtyard, his staff stored in the alcove beside a row of gleaming jade gongs. He was still recovering from the exertion of purifying the burial plane the night before, but fatigue had been replaced by resolve. Beside him, Lyra arranged sprigs of damask petals and silver fern blossoms in small copper bowls. "These herbs," she explained to the novices gathered around her, "will augment the Aegis's light. When dawn breaks tomorrow, we will place them at the monastery's four corners. Their fragrance calls benevolent spirits to bolster our wards." Thorn approached with a tray piled high with bundles of silver salt and dust in glass vials. "I've prepared enough for every rooftop and threshold in the valley," he said, voice low but determined. "I rode out before dawn to fill pouches for the villagers. They're stirring now. Many volunteered to help reinforce the walls with sharpened stakes and to erect simple wooden barricades at the gates." Zephyr nodded appreciatively. "The villagers' courage here tends me," he said. He glanced at the novices listening intently. "The mistress's forces will test every barrier we raise. Stay vigilant, and never underestimate how far they will go." One of the novices, a pale-faced boy with curious eyes, bowed and asked, "Sir Zephyr, but how do we reinforce a ward against a spirit that can slip through cracks in stone? Last night, the blades of those wraiths nearly overwhelmed us." Zephyr looked kindly at the boy. "Physical barriers can slow a spirit, but a spirit bound by darkness can slip past wood and stone if the ward is weak. That is why today we are combining both the Aegis's light and the purity of herbs. We are weaving a tapestry of protection, threads of dawn, threads of cleansing, and threads of resolve. No matter how slender a crack may be, these threads will bind it." In the courtyard's far corner, Elderly and Elder Chen guided a group of villagers carrying thick bundles of obsidian shards sharpened to points. "Plant these along the outermost path of the valley," Elderly instructed. "They won't stop a curse, but they will catch any spirit whose claws try to rend flesh or barrier. Remember, cutting them slows them long enough for the Aegis's light or Lyra's healing to banish them." As the day wore on, the entire monastery bustled with purpose. Monks in grey robes worked alongside villagers, hammering wooden pegs into the ground, stringing sacred ribbons between poles, and chanting protective incantations. A small troop of novices labored with thorns, carrying supplies of salt and herb to each household. Lyra moved briskly among them, offering healing salves to aching backs and reinforcing everyone's spirits as they toiled under the sun. By late afternoon, the monastery's four corners had been fortified. Copper bowls of damask and silver fern rested at each corner, wreathed by tightly wound cords of silk threaded with the rune's master. Shen had painstakingly inscribed in the morning. Flush with relief at this small success, the villagers paused to gaze upon the new ward, which pulsed with a gentle green-white glow when a light breeze passed through. Elder Chen clasped her hands, tears glinting in her eyes. "We owe our lives to your guidance," she said to Zephyr. "May the spirits watch over you." Zephyr inclined his head humbly. "We all stand together," he said. "Tomorrow, we will prepare to strike at the heart of her lair. But tonight, rest. The strength you forge now will carry us through the trials to come." As dusk fell and the first lanterns were lit, Zephyr, Lyra, Thorn, Kai Lun, and Master Shen gathered in the monastery's inner chamber around space lined with towering shelves of scrolls, vials, and artifacts. Two grand alcoves on opposite walls held massive tapestries depicting the battle between dawn and darkness. The first tapestry showed a radiant phoenix rising from a field of blackened corpses, sunlight piercing through storm clouds. The second depicted a storm-racked fortress besieged by winged wraiths, its defenders holding aloft lanterns of pure light. "Study these," Master Shen instructed the novices, gesturing to the tapestries. "They are records of wars fought long before our time, wars in which the balance of worlds teetered between light and shadow. From them, we learn both strategy and humility. Even the brightest dawn can be snuffed out if its keepers falter." Kai Lun moved to a low table at the room's center, onto which he laid out a parchment map of the Whispering Peaks, annotated with notes from decades of his wanderings. The map's intricate lines wound north from Windfall Hollow into the jagged mountains, converging at a location marked Vesper's Spire. A tiny red symbol, shaped like a dripping seed, indicated the forest's heart where Mistress Zephyr's mistress had made her stronghold. "This is where we must go," Kai Lun said, tracing the route with a finger. "It is the oldest seat of darkness in these mountains. There the ley lines converge in such a way that the mistress can channel corruption across entire regions." Thorn frowned. "The path is treacherous vertical cliffs, hidden crevasses, and basins filled with black water that reflects dreams into nightmares." He tapped a section of the map near a twisting gorge. "This ravine here shelters the fens of Murmur's bogs where lost souls wander, singing lullabies that lure the living into the depths." Lyra's face paled. "We cannot cross the fens unprepared. The guardians there will prey upon us the moment they sense our fear." Zephyr placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Then we prepare properly. We will carry the Aegis as a beacon to guide us. We will ask the forest guardian to lend us its scale, as before. We will carry sacred wards for the fens. And when fear gnaws at us, we will remember why we stand here." He gazed down at the map, tracing the lines with intent. "Our route takes us through the Trail of Falling Stars first. It's a narrow pass, but at its heart lies an ancient shrine dedicated to the Lightbearer, an entity said to have once sealed the mistress's power. If we can secure that shrine's blessing, it may bolster the Aegis for what lies beyond." Master Shen nodded approvingly. "Wise. Rest now, for tomorrow we move at first light. May your dreams be guided by wisdom, not fear." The novices bowed, their eyes alight with equal parts dread and determination. They filed out of the chamber, leaving the five companions to their final moments of quiet before the storm. Night fell as a thin mist drifted across the valley floor. In the stillness, Zephyr retreated to a secluded alcove lined with jade mirrors, each a conduit to a distant sky. He rested his palm upon one of the mirrors and traced the engraved runes. In response, a faint ripple passed over its surface, showing a vision of the previous night's battle, the wraiths summoned at the burial plain, their forms flickering in the torchlight, and Zephyr's decisive dawn-light blast dispersing them into motes of mist. He closed his eyes, absorbing the memory. Lyra approached quietly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You carry much on your young shoulders," she said softly. Her touch felt like a gentle stream flowing through his spirit, washing away the sting of fatigue. "Do you regret taking this fight upon yourself?" Zephyr shook his head. "I would regret standing aside more," he said. He offered a small, wry smile. "But the weight is heavy, and sometimes I fear the darkness will break me." Lyra knelt beside him, taking his other hand. "Fear is natural, an echo of what lies ahead. But let the fear remind you of what you protect. When your spirit falters, remember the villagers' joy at dawn, the children's laughter in the meadow, the faces of my family when I returned from the fens. We do this so tomorrow's dawn can rise without shadow." Zephyr closed his eyes, letting her words root him in purpose. He whispered a promise, "I will not let the darkness prevail." Lyra bowed her head, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. "Then rest, Zephyr. We journey at dawn." Zephyr reclined against the cool stone of the alcove, the mirror's reflection a silver sliver of moonlight. As he drifted toward sleep, visions danced behind his eyelids, the Aegis shining in desolate skies, spectral guardians forming rings of protection, and at the pinnacle of a mist-shrouded spire, a figure robed in violet silk, eyes as dark as midnight, her lips curling in a smile that hinted at secrets older than the mountains themselves. Before the first arrow of dawn pierced the sky, Zephyr awoke to the crisp scent of frost. Lyra stood by the doorway of the alcove, holding 2 steaming cups of jasmine tea. She handed one to him. "Drink this slowly. There are few comforts as gentle as warm tea before a long journey." Zephyr accepted the cup with a nod, inhaling its fragrant steam. Thorn arrived moments later, his face set and alert. "Sentries report no movement near the walls, but there are signs in the orchard tracks too large for any creature we know. We should depart now." Kai Lun and Master Shen awaited them in the courtyard, the Aegis's glow muted in the pre-dawn gloom. The novices knelt at the edges, offering silent bows before the master and the boy who would lead them into the mountains. Elderly and Elder Chen rose from benches near the eastern gate, cradling baskets of salted grains and attenuating herbs. "Go with our blessing," Elderly said, tears in her eyes. "Protect the valley in our stead. May the dawn always find you triumphant." Master Shen laid a hand on Zephyr's head in blessing. "May your heart remain clear, your spirit unwavering." Kai Lun added, "And may the Jade Tiger guide your steps." Zephyr bowed deeply, then turned to Lyra, Thorn, and the novices. "Stay close to each other," he instructed. "When fear whispers, remember our purpose." The destiny before us stretches like a blade, sharp and demanding. But if we hold together, we shall press it through the darkness. Lyra offered him a confident smile, and Thorn nodded, sliding his quiver onto his back. The novices formed a circle behind them, each holding a lantern above their heads. As the eastern sky blushed with the first hint of light, the party filed through the gates, their shadows long on the frost-kissed ground. Beyond the walls, the path wound toward the mountains. At the base of the first rise, Zephyr paused to take one last look at Windfall Hollow, still sleeping beneath its new wards. The copper bowls around the monastery corners glowed faintly in the early light, and between the ridges, a thin ribbon of mist curled like a silver serpent. This valley was the heartbeat of their world, a beacon of life against creeping darkness. He exhaled, steeling his resolve. "Now, we walk into the dawn," he said softly. With that, he led his companions upward toward the jagged silhouette of the whispering peaks, where fate waited in shadows and light he knew only he could bind. A pale dawn light filtered through the jagged crags of the whispering peaks as Zephyr Moon and his companions crested the ridge overlooking the trail of falling stars. The path below wound sinuously across steep shale slopes, dotted with collapsed cairns of stone that once marked the way. Mist clung to the mountainside in silvery wisps, hinting at hidden chasms where a stray step could send an unwary traveler plummeting into darkness. Zephyr felt his breath catch in his chest, not from the thin air, but from the looming challenge ahead. Kai Lun unshouldered the celestial Aegis and placed it gently inside a leather cradle strapped to his back, the shield's muted glow filtering through a thin lattice of protective runes. Master Shen followed suit, securing his staff atop a pack of scrolls and vials. Lyra clustered next to Zephyr, her gaze soft but unwavering, as she hissed a low chant to fortify their spirits against the mountain's chill. Thorn stood at the rear, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement in the rocky heights. "Remember," Kai Lun instructed, voice measured, "the trail of falling stars is named for the luminescent radiations that spill from meteor-scarred surfaces during the night. Those lights serve as a beacon, but they also attract restless spirits drawn to sudden brilliance. We must move swiftly, but cautiously, for as soon as the sun sets, the trail's magic will shift unpredictably." Zephyr nodded, recalling his own brief glimpse of that phenomenon when he studied the ancient manuscripts in the monastery's library, iridescent splinters of light that danced across the stones like living fireflies, leaving behind spore of ethereal energy potent enough to flicker a wraith's form. He flexed his fingers around the haft of his staff, feeling the runes thrum with readiness. They began their descent at a measured pace, each step deliberate on the loose shale. Thorn took the lead, testing each step with a quick jab of his boot to dislodge any unstable stone. Zephyr followed behind him, lantern held high, its glow casting long shadows that flickered like silent guardians. Lyra remained close, her healing aura cloaking the party in a gentle haze of green that seemed to press back against the mountain's cold breath. The novices trailed a few paces behind, heads bowed in concentration as they maintained the wards taught by Master Shen. The air thinned sharply as they progressed deeper along the trail. Wind gusted in sudden bursts, carrying with it shards of icy dust that stung exposed skin. At one narrow point, a jagged overhang jutted out above the path, its underside carved with deep grooves as though a colossal claw had scored the stone. Zephyr examined the marking carefully. It did not match any known beast. "These marks are older than any tiger or wolf," he murmured, tracing the grooves with a fingertip protected by his glove. "They feel unnatural." Kai Lung closed his eyes, raising a hand to feel the air's subtle currents. "This was the work of a ruined drake," he said quietly. "A serpent of living shadow that once slithered through these peaks, spewing malice wherever it traveled. It was defeated centuries ago, its scales scattered across the heights. But even its bones remain potent. Take care, if we disturb a resting scale, the curse will lash out." Zephyr swallowed and stepped past the overhang, mindful of each footfall. He felt the rough stone beneath him shift and, at his careful glance, noticed a tiny black shard embedded in a crevice. "Here, quick," he called. Thorn knelt, prying the flake of scale free with the chisel. The moment the shard came loose, a low rumble shook the cliff. The novices gasped, and the mountain around them seemed to exhale a breath of frost. Lyra stepped forward, chanting a soft healing incantation to seal the void left by the scale's removal. A sheen of pale green light flowed from her palms, molding over the crevice like soft clay. The rumble eased as the ward took hold, the mountain settling into an uneasy silence. Thorn pocketed the shard, wrapping it carefully in cloth. "We'll need this scale," he murmured. "If we can weave it into our wards, it will strengthen them against true shadow beasts." Zephyr nodded and took a moment to steady himself, feeling the adrenaline's rush ebb. They resumed their descent. The path dipped and soared, alternating between steep inclines and narrow ledges. At times they had to cling to the rough stone face, using knotted ropes to lower themselves over yawning chasms. Each time, Zephyr's heart pounded as he looked down into the swirling mists below, where tangled roots of ancient trees sprouted from hidden ledges. By midday, they arrived at a small plateau where a tumbled circle of broken columns stood, the remnants of the shrine of the Light-Bearer. The shrine's heart, a raised dais carved from white marble, was cracked and weathered, but faint ripples of residual magic still pulsed beneath the surface. Cryptic glyphs decorated the rubble, stylized suns encircled by winged figures. Zephyr's eyes widened at the sight. This was more intact than he had ever imagined from the texts. Master Shen motioned for silence. The Light-Bearer was said to be a demiurge who channeled the first dawn. His shrine once held a crystal of pure daystar, which focused sunlight into a beacon so powerful it banished an entire legion of night wraiths. If any fragment of that power remains, it could turn the tide of our battle. Zephyr approached the cracked dais and placed a palm on its surface. A tingle of warmth traveled up his arm, and faint beams of refracted light shimmered across the rubble. He closed his eyes, centering himself, and allowed dawn light to flow outward, mingling with the shrine's ancient residue. The circle of broken columns glowed softly as the shards of primal sunfire within the marble stirred. Dust motes danced in the air, glinting like trapped stars. Lyra stepped forward, offering a chant of restoration. Her voice wove through gaps in the marble, coaxing the light to coalesce. Two ivory pillars rose slowly, repairing themselves as if drawn by an unseen force. A fragment of crystalline light, rough and jagged, emerged from beneath the dais. It hovered for a moment before Lyra reached out and caught it in both hands. The fragment glowed with a soft, golden brilliance, casting dancing patterns across her face. "It is a Daystar shard," Lyra whispered. "Not whole, but potent." She handed it to Zephyr. As his fingers closed around it, he felt its warmth pulse like a living heart. A surge of power filled him, not painful, but invigorating, like standing at the edge of sunrise. Kai Lun lifted his staff, the jade tiger at its summit glimmering in concert. "We will bind this shard into the Aegis's heart. Its light will be magnified many-fold." He gestured to Master Shen. "Prepare the binding ritual. I will channel the shard's energy when the sun falls to a sliver on the horizon." Zephyr tucked the Daystar shard into a pouch at his belt and followed Kai Lun and Master Shen as they arranged sacred candles around the dais. Thorn and the novices stood guard, weapons ready, as Lyra hovered near Zephyr, offering a steady smile. The group remained at the shrine through the late afternoon, building wards of silver salt along the pedestal's edge and chanting invocations of midday light. As dusk approached, Kai Lun stepped forward and raised the shard aloft. He intoned an incantation in the old tongue, and beams of golden light poured from the shard, forming a radiant column that pierced the darkening sky. Zephyr felt the Aegis's cradle glowing beneath Kai Lun's cloak in sympathetic resonance. Master Shen guided Zephyr's hands to the pedestal, and together they traced a sigil of binding, two interlocking circles representing dawn and dusk, overlaid with the stylized sun and wing symbol. Lyra added a final flourish to the ward. She placed tiny silver fern blossoms in each of the sigil's 4 quadrants. A soft hum vibrated through the shrine, and the restored ivory pillars glowed brighter, illuminating the land in a wash of honeyed light. The Daystar shard slid into a hollow carved at the dais's center, nestling like a heartbeat against the marble. With a final word by Kai Lun, the shards of crystal sealed themselves together, forming a miniature sun encapsulated within the marble. Zephyr grasped the pedestal's edge as a surge of warmth flooded through the shrine. The air itself seemed to hum with energy, and the broken columns radiated hope. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed from the valley below, as if the mountains exhaled a breath of awe and warning. Zephyr laughed in relief, adrenaline flooding his veins. "The shrine answers," he exclaimed. "Its blessing is ours." Thorn allowed himself a rare grin. "Blessings only last until midnight. We bind it into the Aegis now or risk losing it." He produced a length of gilded wire from his pack. "I have the tempered platinum wire needed to embed the Daystar shard into the Aegis's center." Kai Lun nodded. He carefully extracted the Aegis from its cradle and placed it on a small leather mat on the shrine's dais. Under his guidance, Thorn and Zephyr peeled back the Aegis's outer casing layers of mithril and spell-forged metals that formed its protective core. Within, a shallow recess glowed faintly. Zephyr extracted the Daystar shard and set it into the recess, then Thorn wound the platinum wire intricately around the crystal, binding it to the inner core. As the final coil clicked into place, a wave of dawn-like radiance exploded from the Aegis, spilling across the shrine and enveloping the companions. The light washed over Zephyr's face, and he felt every fiber of his being stir, the ward's potency, the mountain's legacy of light and shadow, and a clarity of purpose that left no room for doubt. The novices gasped in wonder, their lanterns flickering as though caught in a sudden breeze. Even the mountains themselves seemed to lean closer, as if listening. Kai Lun replaced the reinforced casing and gripped the Aegis with both hands, lifting it toward the sky. The shield's surface blazed with a radiance that rivaled the setting sun, sending a final halo of light across the peaks. The valley below shimmered as though blessing them in return. Zephyr bowed his head, feeling the weight of what they had achieved and the trials still ahead. Master Shen placed a steady hand on Zephyr's shoulder. The Aegis's light now holds a fragment of the first dawn. Its power will guide us through the fens of murmurs and beyond. But we must not tarry here. The mistress's forces march swiftly. We depart at first light. Zephyr nodded, turning to Lyra and Thorn. Rest now and gather your strength, he said, voice steady. Tomorrow, we cross the fens and press toward Vesper's spire. Our path grows treacherous, but with the shrine's blessing, we stand a chance. That night, beneath the renewed glow of the shrine's pillars, the party camped at the trailhead. Lyra tended minor wounds with salves infused by the daystar's glow, Thorn checked bowstrings and arrowheads, and Zephyr stood guard under a tapestry of stars that seemed to shimmer like fragments of fallen light. Kai Lun and Master Shen conversed in hushed tones beside the Aegis, weaving final wards around their camp. Before the moon sank, Zephyr allowed his guard to rest. He lay on his cot, staring upward as a gentle breeze whispered through the ruined columns. In that quiet moment, the chanting wind seemed to form a lullaby, a promise that even if shadows pressed close, the dawn would come again, and with it, hope would rise. Tomorrow, they would face the fens of murmurs, a place where the wailing willows bound restless spirits to the bog. But for now, Zephyr closed his eyes, letting the shrine's blessing fill him with warmth. His fingers relaxed around his staff's haft. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but he knew this much: the bond between his friends, the shield's new light, and the dawn's fragile promise would guide them through whatever darkness awaited. Before dawn's earliest light could fully banish the shadows, Zephyr Moon stirred in his cot, rousing Lyra and Thorn with a soft voice. "It is time," he whispered. The shrine's glow from the previous night still lingered faintly in his mind, fueling both hope and urgency. They rose silently, gathering their gear beneath the broken columns of the shrine of the Light-Bearer. The air was cool and heavy with mist that clung to their cloaks and hair, but Lyra's healing aura wove around them like a comforting shawl, warding off any lingering fatigue. Kai Lun stood at the shrine's dais, the celestial Aegis cradled in his arms, its daystar-infused core pulsing with pale gold light. Master Shen joined him, carrying a stack of warding scrolls bound with silver thread. As the four companions assembled, Zephyr, Lyra, Thorn, and the 6 novices, they bowed their heads in a moment of silent prayer, each offering gratitude to the spirits of the shrine and seeking strength for the dangerous road ahead. Thorn led the group down the trail, tracing the path they had cleared the day before. Behind them came the novices, each clutching a lantern whose flame danced like a living heartbeat. As they descended through the narrow mountain pass, the sky gradually paled from dark midnight blue to a slate gray. The wind's pitch grew cooler, and a distant chorus of mournful song drifted on the breeze, an eerie wail that vibrated deep in Zephyr's bones. At the base of the ridge lay the fens of murmurs, a vast expanse of treacherous bogs, half-sunken trees with gnarled roots, and stagnant pools of water black as midnight glass. Wispy tongues of fog danced above the mire, and ancient, skeletal willows stretched their branches into the air like pleading hands. The land felt alive with sorrow and regret, as if every leaf and root clung to a memory long past its time. A hush fell over the party as they approached the fen's threshold. Thorn scanned the waterlogged ground with a trained eye, selecting the wisest line of travel. "Stay close," he warned, voice low. "The bog shifts beneath our feet. One wrong step, and you may sink beyond reach. But the worst danger lies in the spirits that haunt these waters. Listen to their songs, they lure the living deeper until no one escapes." Zephyr tightened his grip on his staff. "We are prepared. The Aegis's light will guard us, and Lyra's healing will set the wounded aright. Our path is through, not around." His words carried a confidence that inspired the novices, though he felt a twinge of anxiety at the same time. Lyra knelt at the edge of the first stagnant pool, whispering a calming chant to ease the spirit's restlessness. Her hands moved in intricate patterns, sprinkling silver salt into the water's surface. As the salt dissolved, ripples of pale green light spread outward, and the surface of the pool shimmered like moonlight on glass. The wails that had rung in Zephyr's ears softened to mournful sighs, then faded, leaving only the soft hiss of wind through skeletal branches. Master Shen unrolled a scroll of warding, tracing its runes in the air. "Each step we take must be in harmony with the fens. Disrupt the balance, and the spirits will lash out." The novices bowed in reverence, clutching their lanterns closer. They formed a tight line behind Thorn and Zephyr, each following the faint tracks Thorn had marked with salted cloth just hours before. They pressed forward, stepping cautiously from one stable patch of moss-covered earth to another. The ground felt unsteady, as though it might give way at any moment. Thorn's voice carried softly, "Left foot on the solid at all times, feel for the sunken stones beneath the moss. If you hear a hollow click, shift weight before it crumbles." Zephyr repeated the instructions to the novices, their faces pale but determined. Halfway across the fen, the sky darkened momentarily as if a cloud passed overhead, though the air was still. In that suspended instant, the wind dropped, and the fog coalesced into a thick bank that slithered through the willows like a living thing. From within the mist came voices, two at first soft, melodic, like a distant lullaby. Then countless other voices joined, their murmurs weaving a web of sorrow and temptation, reciting memories of loss, regret, and longing. Zephyr's heart tightened. He felt the pull of the voices, a visceral tug at his spirit, as though the fog itself sought to draw him into the water. He steadied his breath and gripped his staff, igniting a thin beam of dawn light that carved through the fog's outer tendrils. The wailing voices faltered and dimmed where the light touched, but the fog deepened around them, parting only where the Aegis's radiance glowed from Kai Lun's back. Lyra stepped forward, her hands weaving a healing chant. Pale green motes arose from her palms, dancing around each companion. The novices huddled together, leaning into Lyra's warmth as though it were a protective skin. The spectral fog recoiled at the healing light but still pressed inward, drawing them deeper into the fen's heart. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the mist, a figure clad in tattered robes the color of old blood, its face half hidden behind a wooden mask carved with a twisted smile. In one hand it held a silver lantern, its flame flickering between shades of black and blue. Each step it took released a swirl of mist that slithered around the traveler's ankles like ghostly serpents. The mask's carved eyes seemed to glow faintly, as though it peered into their very souls. Zephyr raised his staff, feeling a surge of determination. "Stand firm," he commanded. "Together, we banish this darkness." With a decisive motion, he released a pulse of dawn light that blossomed into a ring of golden radiance around the masked figure. The figure recoiled, its lantern's flame sputtering. Thorn loosed an arrow tipped with silver dust, and the projectile hissed through the mist, striking the figure's shoulder. The mask cracked with a mournful echo, as pale smoke seeped from the fissure. The masked figure stuttered, its head bobbing as though shaken by the impact. It raised a skeletal hand, beckoning silently as the fog thickened to a rolling tide. "Do not listen," Lyra warned, voice urgent. "Focus on our light." She extended both hands, unleashing a wave of healing brilliance that swept across the clearing, dissolving the spectral fog in its path. The figure staggered backward as if buffeted by a gale, and its lantern's flame collapsed into a drop of black mist that vanished in midair. Zephyr advanced, staff at the ready. He thrust the tip into the muddy water, stirring a swirl of golden motes that expanded outward in a brilliant column. The masked figure let out a hollow cry that echoed among the willows, then collapsed onto the ground with a muffled thud. When the Aegis's light revealed its form, it no longer wore a mask. Instead, a hollow-eyed spirit looked up, its expression wavering between anguish and relief. Lyra knelt beside it, placing a palm over its heart. "Rest now," she whispered, and the spirit dissolved into motes of pale green light that drifted upward until they vanished. The wind sighed as the fog retreated, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. Zephyr exhaled sharply, realizing how near they had come to being drawn into the willow's embrace. "Let us move," he said quietly. Thorn nodded, and they resumed their cautious trek, casting dawnlight and healing wards at every step. The novices, though shaken, pressed on with renewed resolve. One of them, a small girl named Cai, stumbled in the mire and nearly fell. Zephyr caught her arm, pulling her to her feet as mud clung to her robes. "Stay with the line," he urged gently. "Do not look back." Cai nodded, blinking the fear from her eyes, and continued forward, supported by Lyra's guiding hand. As they neared the far edge of the fen, the ground rose slightly, forming a narrow bank of solid earth. Zephyr stepped onto it, feeling the wooden boards of a broken causeway beneath his boots. Thorn followed, then Lyra, before the novices filed up one by one. The masked figure's lantern had left a charred circle on the moss, a reminder that darkness lingered even when defeated. Above, the sky had brightened to a pale blue, and the sun's rays hit the far hillside. Zephyr turned, staring back at the fen's half-hidden expanse, those black waters and skeletal trees that had pressed gloom and deceit upon them. "We are not safe yet," he called to the novices. "Once the sun fully rises, we must depart quickly. Any stray spirit could still hide in the shadows." Master Shen and Kai Lun waited at the top of a short rise. Master Shen offered each of the novices a small talisman carved from hardened bark, infused with scraps of silver dust and Lyara's blessing. "Carry this against lingering ill will," he instructed. "It will remind you that light can push back the darkest fog." Kai Lun lifted the celestial Aegis, its day-star core blinking with dawn's warmth. "Now, we travel northward toward Vesper's spire," he announced. "The fence will be sealed from behind us, but the greater test lies ahead, the silent ravine. There, shadows move as living things, and the path itself will challenge our unity." Zephyr felt a surge of adrenaline tempered by the dawn's gentle radiance. He adjusted his satchel, checking that the Daystar shard remained safe, and drew his staff. The novices gathered closely, their lanterns bobbing in unison. Lyra and Thorn flanked him, offering silent support. As they set off down the winding trail toward the ravine, the valley behind them receded into soft green fields and tidy farms, bathed in the promise of safety now won. Ahead lay the higher peaks, where the air was thinner, the paths narrower, and the darkness deeper. But Zephyr felt the Aegis's light within him, combined with the shrine's blessing and the bonds of those who stood by his side. He took a steadying breath, the chill air sharp in his lungs, and stepped forward into the looming heights, determined to guide his companions through whatever the mountains still concealed. The sun had risen fully over the whispering peaks by the time Zephyr Moon and his companions reached the crest overlooking the silent ravine. It was a jagged fissure that cleaved the mountain range in two, its walls lined with jagged obsidian spires that glinted like dark teeth in the morning light. A thin, swirling mist hugged the gully's depths, hiding its true breadth and concealing the river of shadowy water that churned far below. The once clear sky now seemed to bend inward, as though the mountains themselves conspired to shroud this place in perpetual gloom. Zephyr swallowed, feeling the weight of the celestial Aegis's presence at Kai Lun's back. The Daystar shard embedded within the shield pulsed with a soft, golden heartbeat, a reminder of every life they had saved, every spirit they had freed. Lyra hovered close, offering soothing words to the novices, whose faces were pale but determined. Thorn stood on the opposite flank, scanning the ravine's edge with hawk-like intensity. Even Master Shen and Kai Lun exchanged uneasy glances as they set down the Aegis artifact on a nearby stone outcrop. "We must proceed with extreme caution," Master Shen warned, turning to address the group. "The silent ravine is said to be haunted by the eclipsed ones, specters bound eternally to the river's current, doomed to wander between life and death. Their sorrow binds them here, and their voices, though silent, can stir the waters into surging currents that drag travelers into the rift of shadows below." Thorn exchanged a glance with Zephyr. "I have mapped the narrowest crossing point," he said quietly. "But even there, the ravine's walls are sheer, and the path is no more than a ledge a foot wide. One misstep, and you fall into the black waters." He pointed toward a distant outcropping, half buried in shadow. In early morning light, the stone ledge glowed pale gray. That is our only viable path. Lyra placed a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. May my healing light shield us from their long-lost regrets, she whispered, voice quivering with empathy. I sense an ache in this place as though the earth itself mourns 1,000 funerals. Her gaze drifted downward into the swirling mist, where Zephyr could almost make out ghostly silhouettes rising from the river. We must steady our hearts. If the eclipsed ones sense fear, they will lure us into their sorrow. Zephyr nodded, drawing a slow breath. Then let us steel ourselves. We cross one by one. Thorn will guide us. Lyra will maintain her wards. I will hold the Aegis and call dawn light if shadows surge to sweep us away. Master Shen, Kai Lun, your magic must guard us from above. His words ended in a soft vow, not to himself alone but to the companions who had come so far. The novices straightened, lanterns rattling slightly in the breeze, and bowed their heads in unison. Kai Lun took the celestial Aegis and pressed it into Zephyr's hands. For this crossing, you must channel the Aegis yourself, he said. Your bond with the dawn light is the key. I will guide you, but you must hold fast. Zephyr lifted the shield, feeling its warmth suffuse his palms through the straps. The day star shard flared faintly, as though aware of the approaching test. Master Shen drew a length of crimson cord from his tunic and handed it to Zephyr. Tie this around your waist. If you slip, we will anchor the other end and pull you up. Trust that we have bound our lives to yours. Zephyr tied the cord around his belt, feeling its promise in the taut weave. Behind him, Lyra produced a vial of silver-laced mist. Use this if your light dims, she instructed, slipping it into Zephyr's pack. It will clear the sorrow-laden fog and let your spirit breathe for a moment. Thorn went first, stepping onto the narrow ledge, pointing his arrow downriver to measure the current's speed by the way it tore at floating debris. He tightened his footing on the rough stone, balancing on the ledge that was barely a span wide. With each step, his eyes remained fixed on the rocks ahead, gauging stability. Zephyr watched his mentor vanish around a bend, then re-emerge on the far side without so much as a slip. The novices let out a single breath they had been holding, and whispered prayers of relief. But there was no time for respite. Zephyr squared his shoulders and took his first tentative step onto the ledge. Immediately, the Aegis's daystar core flared a soft, golden glow that wrapped around Zephyr like a cocoon of light. He exhaled slowly, trying to stay calm as the weight of his shield seemed heavier than usual. Beneath him, a thin ribbon of stone extended for lunar spans barely enough to accommodate his boots. On either side, the ravine's walls plunged into shadowed depths, where water hissed and roared like a living thing. The air tasted of damp stone and forgotten grief, pressing in on him as he climbed. Lyra's voice drifted behind him, keep your eyes on the shield's light. Let it guide your steps. Zephyr nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. Each breath he drew was a battle against the ravine's sorrowful oppression. He focused on the pulsing glow of the Aegis, bright as midday against the gloom, and placed one foot before the other. Halfway across the ledge, a sudden gust of wind surged through the ravine. Zephyr stumbled as the gust roared like a spirit's wail. He pressed the shield toward the ledge, and the Daystar Shard's radiance snapped like a reignited sunbeam. The light raked the cliff walls, scattering motes of shadow that scurried away like frightened mice. Zephyr's heart pounded, sweat beading on his brow, but he kept moving. Below him, he heard a faint, sorrowful hum, the Eclipsed Ones gathering, drifting closer under the cover of the swirling mist. Their forms remained hidden to mortal eyes, but their presence was oppressive, as if the ravine itself mourned the living. Zephyr pushed the thought away, recalling Lyra's words, "Steady your heart. Let hope, not fear, guide you." He repeated the phrase as a mantra, drawing the Aegis's light into himself until it shone like a beacon across the crevasse. At last, Zephyr reached the opposite outcropping, a small knoll of stone where Thorn knelt, offering a hand. Zephyr grasped it and hauled himself onto firmer ground, collapsing in relief. The Aegis's glow dimmed to a gentle pulse, no longer a desperate cry in the void but a steady hum of assurance. Behind him, the novices and Lyra began their crossing, guided by the pale lanterns and the way Zephyr had broken the path. As Thorn helped the last novice onto solid ground, Lyra emerged from the fog with two novices clinging to her arms, the other four following behind, feet uncertain but determined. Zephyr rose to his feet, pressing the Aegis to his chest. Each glow of its Daystar Shard felt like a promise, and now that he had carried it across the void, the burden of destiny seemed slightly less heavy. Master Shen and Kai Lun emerged last, their robes brushing away dripping mists as they stepped onto the knoll. Kai Lun's staff glowed faintly, and the Aegis's hum quickened as it sensed his presence. Master Shen placed a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "You have done well," he said quietly. "The ravine was your crucible. Your spirit shone through the darkness." Zephyr nodded, breath catching. He glanced back down at the ravine's maw, recalling the sorrow-laden hum that had almost broken him. But the Aegis's light had held him, fought with him, and guided him. He closed his eyes for a moment to honor the uncounted lost souls he had met along this journey, Eclipsed Ones freed, bramble snakes banished, fields and herds healed. Each life had been a thread, weaving the tapestry of his strength. Lyra knelt beside a small waterfall that fed the ravine's river. She filled a canteen with its black water, murmuring a purification incantation that bathed it in a swirl of green light. "This, too, shall be cleansed," she whispered. "Even the heartbreak of the Eclipsed Ones can be soothed." She looked up at Zephyr. "Drink when you are ready, it will calm the ravine's echo in your heart." Zephyr accepted the canteen and took a slow sip. A gentle warmth spread through him, easing the ache of memory and fear. "Thank you," he murmured, handing it back. "Your healing is stronger than any curse." Thorn grinned, sheathing his bow. "Come now," he urged, glancing toward a narrow glen that cut through the peaks. "Vesper's spire lies just beyond. The wind carries its name across these heights where night and day collide. The path is steep, but the way is clear enough in daylight." As they emerged from the ravine's edge, a broad expanse of rocky slopes stretched before them, dotted with sparse tufts of grass that clung to life in the harsh altitude. The sunfire lichen, fiery orange and silver in color, grew in patches across the stones, their luminescence flickering in unison like a field of embers. According to legend, the lichen's light was drawn from the very heart of the sun, and if gathered, it could ignite hope even in the deepest darkness. Zephyr paused at a cluster of lichens. Lyra knelt to harvest a handful, pressing them into a pouch. "These will sustain us when the sun sets and even the Aegis's glow wanes," she explained. She tied the pouch to Zephyr's belt. "If fatigue or despair assails us, chew a sprig, its warmth will fill you with courage." They climbed steadily, the air growing thinner and colder with each step. Thorn led the way, finding narrow holds in the rock face and pulling the others up by looping vines of sunfire lichen. The novices huffed and panted but pressed on, determined to stand at the spire's base. At last, they reached a jagged plateau where a vast obsidian tower rose skyward, its surface rippled like molten glass. Vesper's spire soared above them, capping the peaks in a crown of darkness. Zephyr's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and dread. The spire's peak vanished into swirling clouds, and bolts of pale lightning flickered within. Dark streams of energy arced around the tower's midsection, looping toward the far mountains as though siphoning power from beyond. Mist swirled at its base, and a low, rumbling chant vibrated in the air, a chorus of voices that rose and fell like tidal waves. Master Shen placed a hand on Zephyr's shoulder. "The spire feeds on the convergence of ley lines beneath these peaks. Each bolt of lightning funnels raw shadow energy into its heart. If we do not break that flow, the mistress's power will be limitless." Kai Lun raised the celestial Aegis, its day star shard flaring with golden light that stabbed upward, trying to pierce the spire's shadowed aura. "Our path winds around the tower's base," he said. "We must locate the obsidian gate, a ritual chamber carved into the rock where the mistress binds the ley lines. There, we will make our stand and challenge her directly." Zephyr exhaled, adjusting his cloak against the biting wind. "Then let us find this gate and end her reign of shadow." He raised his staff, its runes glowing faintly with dawn light. The novices cheered softly, gathering courage from his voice. Lyra summoned a swirl of healing mist that danced around their feet, warding off the spire's oppressive chill. As the party descended around the spire's base, they skirted shallow pools of inky water that reflected fractured lightning. Thorn traced a glyph along the smooth obsidian, his finger trailing silver dust that glowed on the dark surface. "This way," he said. "The gate lies just beyond this ridge." Zephyr followed, his heart pounding in rhythm with the Aegis's hum. Every step brought him closer to their final confrontation, an encounter not just of steel and magic, but of wills and souls. He felt the weight of every lesson learned, every life touched by their passage through the peaks, the shrine of the Lightbearer's blessing, the turn of dawn light in the silent ravine, the healing of Lyra's hands, and Thorn's steadiness on narrow cliffs. At last, they reached a yawning archway carved of obsidian, its surface inscribed with ancient glyphs that pulsed with malevolent energy. 6 black basalt statues stood, sentinel-winged beasts with glowing red eyes, their jaws parted in silent roars. The archway's inner walls were etched with a spiraling pattern of shadowy tendrils that converged on a single rune resembling a bleeding star. Beneath the arch, the ground was slick with a dark liquid that shimmered like oil in the torchlight. Master Shen and Kai Lun stepped forward, chanting in low unison. Their voices wove runes of binding that rippled across the arch's surface, causing the shadowy tendrils to retreat into the stone like wounded snakes. The basalt sentinels blinked dimly, their glowing eyes flickering as though uncertain of whom to serve, shadow or ward. Zephyr raised the Aegis high, its day-star shard blazing like a miniature sun. The archway trembled, and the bleeding star rune pulsed with dark light, flaring bright before dimming to a dull red as the combined power of dawn light and ancient ward seeped into the glyph. Lyra and Thorn stood with the novices at the archway's threshold, ready to support Zephyr and the masters. Zephyr felt every nerve in his arms quiver beneath the shield's weight, both physical and symbolic. This was where the mistress had bound the ley lines, where the mountain's life force had been corrupted into a conduit for shadow. He stepped forward, voice clear amid the rumble of distant thunder. Mistress of the shadowed spire, we come to cleanse your corruption. We challenge you face to face, light against dark. A hollow laugh echoed from within the arch as the last of the wards locked into place. The rune pulsed one final time, and the basalt sentinel's eyes flared back to life as pure obsidian darkness. From within the arch, a figure emerged, Mistress Zephyr's mistress, clad in robes of swirling midnight, her hair cascading like a river of stars. Her eyes were pools of liquid midnight, and her lips curved into a smile that held 1,000 whispered secrets. Well, well, children of dawn and dusk, she intoned, voice as smooth as silk yet laced with sharp steel. You have braved fire and shadow to stand before me. But what makes you think you have the right to unmake what I have built? Zephyr tightened his grip on the Aegis. Your right ends where you spill innocent blood and twist the mountain's spirit into chains of despair. We offer you mercy, release your hold on the ley lines, and I will let you walk away. Her smile deepened, and she raised one elegant arm, revealing a dagger forged from a single shard of obsidian. Mercy, she mused, voice dripping with mocking sweetness. I gave up that commodity long ago, boy. Now, we shall see whether the sunfall you worship can stand against primordial night. With that, she lifted the obsidian dagger, and threads of shadow snaked from its blade, lashing outward to bind the Aegis's light. Zephyr braced himself, relying on the shield's glowing core to anchor his spirit. The shadow tendrils struck the shield, flaring in violent hisses of eruption as day-star light clashed against the obsidian gloom. Lyra chanted beside him, weaving a circle of healing mist that wrapped around his legs to steady him. Thorn-loosed arrows dipped in silver-dusted blood into the arch's carved sentinels, each arrow struck true, shattering one basalt head after another until all 6 guardians lay in shattered ruin. But as the last statue shattered, the mistress's form shimmered, becoming a swirl of darkness that coalesced around the bleeding star rune engraved in the arch. Her laughter echoed as the arch's corridor deepened, a tunnel of living shadow leading to the spire's heart. Zephyr felt his bones hum with equal parts dread and resolve. This was the moment he had been forging toward, the heart of darkness itself. Kai Lun and Master Shen took their places beside him, their staffs raised. "Hold fast," Kai Lun cautioned. "The ritual of sealing must not be interrupted. Zephyr, guide the Aegis's light into the bleeding star. Master Shen will chant the binding incantation. I will defend your flank." Zephyr nodded, raising the shield above his head. The Daystar shard within flooded his palms with warmth. He took a slow breath, centering his mind on every lesson, every soul they had freed. He whispered an invocation, one of Dawn's first words, and then hurled the Aegis's brilliance forward, the shield's golden corona shooting into the bleeding star rune like a spear of pure daylight. The rune flared fiercely, and the archway trembled violently as the shadow and light collided. A deafening crack sounded through the mountains, and for a moment, the world seemed to convulse. Zephyr felt his spirit writhe, caught between the spire's hunger and the shield's blazing heart. He clung to the memory of each life saved, each field restored, and let that love anchor his soul. The bleeding star emitted one final pulse, an almost sorrowful echo of defeat, then shattered in a bloom of white light. The mistress's form wavered, then flickered like a candle in a gale. Zephyr's light washed through the corridor, illuminating the obsidian walls with the brilliance of midday. The mountain itself groaned as the ley lines unraveled, silent no more. The mistress's scream echoed like the last note of a dirge before she was swept inward, pulled by the newborn tide of dawn light that surged up the ravine and toward the sky. Her final words, carried on a breath of agony, drifted after her, "This end is not the end, children of light, the night remembers." Silence followed, a vast hush that hung over the ravine like a blessing. The glowing shards of the bleeding star scattered across the obsidian floor, turning to motes of sunlight before dissolving into nothingness. Zephyr stood, chest heaving, watching as the spire's shadow drained away, leaving it a silent sentinel of shattered black stone. Master Shen lowered his staff, gazing at Zephyr with pride and affection. "You have done what many could not," he said softly. "You have pierced the heart of darkness and emerged unbroken." Kai Lun placed a steady hand on Zephyr's shoulder, and Lai Aran knelt to offer healing to his trembling arms. Thorn silently sheathed his bow, eyes alight with unspoken respect. One by one, the novices approached, touching the Aegis's rim and whispering prayers of gratitude. They formed a circle around Zephyr, linking hands in quiet solidarity. Zephyr looked upward, where the morning sun had burst free from the spire's shadow, casting golden ribbons across the mountains. A rush of triumph and relief washed through him, every trial fens of murmurs, silent ravine, shrine of the light-bearer had led to this culmination. He raised his staff, and the Daystar shard flared one final time, sending a cascade of light into the sky like a promise of perpetual dawn. Behind them, the shattered bleeding star rune left a white-hot imprint on the obsidian arch, an eternal seal marking the fall of the mistress of the shadowed spire. As the companions gathered their gear to descend the mountain, Zephyr felt a peace settle over him, a resonance that whispered, "Your journey's purpose is fulfilled now, guide this newfound light back to the valley below." And so, with the celestial Aegis's Daystar beating like a second sun at his side and the dawn of tomorrow unfurling before them, Zephyr Moon and his companions embarked on the path down from the spire, bearers of light in a world now freed from the mistress's long night. The journey down from Vesper's spire was suffused with a sense of triumphant relief, though danger still lingered at every turn. Zephyr Moon led his companions along the winding mountain trail, each footfall on the narrow path a careful measure, as though any misstep might undo their hard-won victory. The celestial Aegis rested against Kai Lun's pack, its daystar-infused core now a steady pulse of warmth rather than the desperate flare it had been. The 6 novices trudged behind, leaning into Lyara's supportive presence, while Thorn swept each ridge with alert eyes. Master Shen and Kai Lun walked close, their expressions tempered by exhaustion but glinting with the satisfaction of triumph. As they descended, the landscape unfolded beneath them in a patchwork of sunlit meadows and shaded valleys. Morning light had banished most of the lingering mist, revealing terraced fields clinging to the slope and the distant roofs of Windfall Hollow shimmering in the valley below. A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and damp earth so different from the acrid stench of shadow that had clung to them within the spire. Zephyr allowed himself a deep exhale, savoring the moment before reminding himself that the battle was not yet truly over. Even as the mistress of the shadowed spire had been vanquished, the echoes of her corruption might continue to haunt the land. It was his duty to ensure that the valley beneath was safe, free from lingering malevolence. Thorn paused at the edge of a small ridge, raising a hand to halt their descent. "See there," he murmured, pointing toward a narrow path that led into a cluster of thorn-covered shrubs. Beneath a slash of shadow, a lone figure knelt by a shattered stone marker and tended to an injured fox whose fur was marred by sickly black byproducts of lingering shadow magics. The creature's leg hung unnaturally at an angle, and its eyes glazed with pain and fear. Lyara's eyes softened. "It's been marked by the mistress's final curse," she said. "Even though the spire is cleansed, her corruption seeped into these mountains. We must heal this creature and others like it so the land truly recovers." Zephyr nodded. "We'll make camp here. Tend to the fox first." He knelt beside the animal, drawing a length of cloth from his satchel to gently wrap its wounded leg. Thorn produced a clean shard of sunfire lichen still warm from exposure to the noon sun and placed it against the fox's wound. The lichen's warmth seared away the black essence, releasing a hiss of steam that quickly evaporated. The fox whimpered but did not flee, sensing the compassion in their touch. Lyara pressed both hands over the fox's heart, murmuring a healing incantation that wove a faint green aura around the animal. The fox's breathing eased, and its leg began to knit slowly, the bone realigning beneath the gleaming lichen's magic. After several heartbeats, the fox stilled. Its eyes, clear once more, met Zephyr's with a flicker of gratitude before it bounded away into the grove, leaving behind only a trail of soft paw prints and a healed body. One of the novices, a timid boy named Dara, wiped tears from his cheeks. "I've never seen such mercy," he whispered, voice quavering. "I thought the shadow would claim that poor creature." Zephyr placed a reassuring hand on Dara's shoulder. "Mercy is our greatest weapon," he said. "Every kindness we show heals not only another's wound but also the wound in our own hearts. Do not underestimate it." Master Shen and Kai Lun joined them, both nodding in approval. "The fox will carry its tail to the forest's creatures," Master Shen observed. "Soon the local wildlife will learn to trust again," and healing will ripple outward. Kai Lun glanced toward the valley. But time presses on, he cautioned. We have yet to return the Aegis to its rightful resting place at Windfall Hollow, and we must purge the Valley of the Mistress's final residues. He surveyed the others, and when their gazes met his, a shared determination flickered in their eyes. They rose as one, gathering their gear and placing one last offering, a handful of sunfire lichen petals on the grove's altar of ancient stones, a gift to the spirits that dwelled within the peaks. The descent resumed, slower and more deliberate now that the path had changed from vertical shards to gentler slopes. Zephyr sank into thought as his boots crunched over loose gravel, recalling every trial they had faced, the shrine of the Lightbearer's blessing, the fens of Murmur's sorrow-laden fog, the silent ravine's treacherous crossing, and finally the obsidian gate's confrontation at the heart of Vesper's spire. Each step had shaped him, revealing strengths hidden even from himself. He could still feel the echo of the mistress's last agonized cry as she had dissolved within the fractured rune, but that echo now felt distant, a reminder of darkness undone. By mid-afternoon, they reached the tree line at the mountain's base. The air grew warmer, and the path widened, following a gentle stream that wound through a thicket of alder and birch. Sunlight filtered through new leaves, and the sound of running water replaced the low hum of shadow. Zephyr paused to cup his hands and drink from the stream, feeling the chill of fresh mountain water revitalize his spirit. A cluster of wildflowers, purple, gold, and white, dotted the bank. Zephyr plucked a few blooms and tucked them into his satchel. "A gift for my grandfather," he murmured. "He will be proud." Lyra knelt beneath the birch tree, pressing her palms into the soil as though listening. "The valley's wounds run deeper than we know," she said softly. "I sense residual sorrow near the east meadows where the livestock were stricken. We must cleanse there before we return to the monastery." Thorn nodded. "And I have reported to the villagers. They will need guidance in restoring their crops and barns." Master Shen folded his arms, watching a flicker of sun-flecked movement in the canopy. "Our journey back will be a test of endurance," he cautioned. "Do not let complacency blind you. Shadows always take advantage of those who believe the battle won." Zephyr met his gaze. "I understand, Master Shen. We will remain vigilant." He turned to Kai Lun. "Shall we go to the East Meadows directly, or return to Windfall Hollow first to gather supplies?" Kai Lun considered the map he carried, a sewn leather scroll that marked each trial they had endured. "We have enough provisions to reach the meadows today. If we delay to resupply now, the lingering curse may strengthen. We move at once." They retraced their steps toward the east meadows, following the brook until it widened into a small river that cupped against the fertile floodplain. There, the fields lay under a patchwork of shadowy decay, some plots sprouting healthy green stalks, others with twisted, purplish leaves curling inward as though in agony. The farmhouses that once sheltered barns and livestock were silent, broken boards sagging against their frames. A sense of loss hung heavy, more palpable than any physical obstruction. Villagers emerged from hidden clusters of fruit trees and partially rebuilt huts as they drew near. Their hands were stained with dirt, and their faces wore the lines of anxiety. Among them was elderly, leaning on a sturdy cane, and Elder Chen, offering a hollow smile. A few families clustered around small gatherings of barley and wheat left by the monks' novices, their hopeful expressions tempered by the fear that the creeping blight might return. Zephyr raised his hand in greeting. Elders, we return with the Aegis's light and the Daystar Shard's blessing. We will purge this final curse so that your harvest can thrive. His voice, clear and resonant, carried over the gathering. The villagers exhaled as though released from a silent held breath, hope flickering in their eyes once more. Lyra knelt at the entrance to the largest field, placing a circle of silver salt around its perimeter. Stand back, she instructed. I will call healing to the earth. She closed her eyes and began to chant in the ancient tongue, her palms raised. A gentle green aura formed around her hands and spread outward, inching across the field. The sickled leaves stirred, as though woken from a nightmare, and patches of black rot receded, replaced by vivid green. The villagers gasped, approaching tentatively as Lyra's healing aura banished the lingering taint. Thorn moved among them, distributing small bundles of sunfire lichen for them to plant at each corner. These blossoms will fortify the earth against the mistress's last whisper of malice, he explained. Plant them now, and the land will remember the light. As the villagers scattered to work, Zephyr approached the farmhouse's collapsed porch and knelt beside a twisted hoof print in the earth, evidence of a cow, sickened by the curse. He traced the pattern with his fingertip and called forth dawn light in a soft pulse. The hoof print glowed as the light seeped into the soil, knitting it whole. A neighboring villager hooped when he saw the ground become solid again, a pinprick of laughter in the valley's somber hush. Several livestock, tentative but hungry, gathered around, drawn by the restored scent of barley. Thorn lifted a small handful of fresh feed and offered it to a once ailing goat, whose ribs were less pronounced and whose eyes gleamed with renewed interest. The goat bleated gratefully and nibbled at the feed. Tears of gratitude came to the villagers' eyes as they realized the restoration extended beyond crops to the very animals that sustained their livelihoods. Master Shen, standing nearby, offered quiet counsel to the farmers as they resumed their work. Use these fields as you always have, but remember respect for the land's spirits. The mistress's corruption stemmed from arrogance, believing one could bend the mountains to dark wool. Treat your harvest with gratitude, not dominion, and the blessings of dawn and earth will be with you. As the sun dipped toward the western ridge, Zhang, a young mother whose son and husband had both fallen ill, approached Zephyr, eyes brimming with tears. She handed him a small wooden flute carved with a stylized deer. For you, she said, her voice trembling. Music has power to lift spirits. May this remind you of home. Zephyr accepted it, bowing deeply, and tucked the flute into his belt. Lyra joined him, having finished her healing work. The fields are safe now, she said. Your grandfather will be pleased. But he still worries about the monastery's wards. We must return before nightfall. Zephyr nodded. We will never forget what Windfall Hollow has given us. Soon the Aegis will rest where it belongs, and the valley will sing with life. He paused, drawing a slow breath. But first, we celebrate this harvest with the villagers. They deserve a moment of joy for their resilience. In a matter of minutes, the meadow transformed into a makeshift festival ground. Tables were set with bowls of honeyed barley stew, flatbreads fresh from ovens fueled by kindling gathered from the mountain's fallen birches, and platters of roasted root vegetables and grilled fish. From the nearby river, lanterns were strung between apple trees, their glow mingling with the golden hues of the setting sun. Children chased each other between stalls offering simple games, ring toss with salt spring pegs and a ball game using smaller sunfire lichen clusters as targets. Laughter echoed across the valley, a healing chorus that seemed to renew every life within earshot. Thorn found a stable near the farmhouse where the livestock were sheltering and patted each animal's neck, murmuring gentle words. They nickered and bleated as though in gratitude for his care. Elderly and Elder Chen approached Zephyr and Lyra and placed handmade wreaths of wheat and wildflowers upon their heads. Bringers of dawn and healing, Elder Chen pronounced. You have restored our valley's heart. Zephyr touched the wreath's woven strands, smiling broadly though his cheeks remained streaked with dirt from the morning's work. We share this honor, he said, glancing at his friends. Lyra, Thorn, Master Shen, and Kai Lun each received a wreath as well, and a cheer rose among the villagers. At the center of the clearing, a small band of musicians, veterans of simpler days, began to play a folk melody. Flutes, hand drums, and a single-stringed lyre filled the air with a lilting tune that spoke of home, harvest, and hope. Zephyr recognized it from his childhood, a lullaby his mother had sung to him on stormy nights. Moved by the memory, Zephyr stepped forward and retrieved the wooden flute from his belt. He brought it to his lips, and as the villagers hushed, he began to play the melody himself. The notes wove through the orchard's branches and across the meadows, calling to every listener's heart. Even the normally reserved Kai Lun closed his eyes and allowed the tune to wash over him, recalling distant memories of his wanderings and the countless souls he had aided. As Zephyr's final note lingered on the breeze, a sudden hush fell. The villagers held their breath, as though entranced by the raw beauty of a heart poured into music. Then, spontaneously, they erupted into applause. Children hooped, couples embraced, and elders wiped tears from their eyes. The valley seemed to exhale, relieved that the darkness had been vanquished and that dawn had indeed returned. Elderly stepped forward, raising a woven cloth above her head. On it was painted a symbol, a radiant sun encircled by 4 stylized petals of wheat, the emblem of Windfall Hollow. Let this cloth be a banner of remembrance, she declared, voice quavering with emotion. May we never forget the darkness we have faced, and the light we hold in each other. Villagers gathered around, each laying a fist upon the banner as they whispered silent prayers of gratitude. Lyra knelt and placed her healer's symbol, a simple vine and silver moon, beside it. Thorn and the novices followed, each adding a memento, a carved piece of sunfire lichen here, a tiny sprig of silver fern there. Master Shen and Kai Lun, standing together, etched a final runic flourish on the banner's corner, the merging of dawn and dusk, light and shadow in eternal balance. Zephyr stood apart for a moment, gazing at the banner, its colors radiant against the orchard's golden glow. He recalled every step of their perilous journey, the grotesque horrors of the fens, the narrow horror of the silent ravine, and the final confrontation at Vesper's spire. Each trial had forged him, tempered his spirit, and revealed a depth of courage he had not known he possessed. As the villagers began to dance in celebration, spinning beneath willow branches adorned with ribbon wands, Zephyr approached his grandparents, Elderly and Elder Chen. Elder Chen grasped his hands, her eyes glistening. "You have grown into a light in the darkness," she whispered. "Your mother would be proud." Zephyr blinked away the sudden tears welling in his own eyes. "I hope I honor her memory," he replied softly, thinking of May and the sacrifice she had made on that storm-lashed night so many years ago. Elderly patted his arm, gaze proud and unwavering. "Every life you have touched, every spirit you have freed, they are her legacy and yours. Windfall Hollow will stand, as long as hearts like yours endure." With gratitude filling his chest, Zephyr joined the communal dance. Villagers and novices whirled in a circle, hands clasped, feet stamping to the lilting rhythm. Thorn and Lyra shared a laugh as a novice boy spun too close and nearly toppled him. Master Shen and Kai Lun exchanged a knowing glance before joining the fray, their movements surprisingly sprightly for men of their years. As twilight deepened and lanterns bloomed like glowing flowers in the orchard, Zephyr paused on the outskirts of the dance. The celestial Aegis, now at rest, lay propped against a sturdy oak, its golden hum faint but present. He approached it and placed his hand on its surface, feeling the residual warmth of the Daystar shard. Nearby, Lyra caught Zephyr's eye and smiled. He nodded, then carefully lifted the shield and returned to the dance, bearing it like a guardian's heart set. The night waned, and as the final notes of the fiddle trailed into silence, Zephyr raised his staff high. "To dawn eternal," he called, voice ringing across the orchard. The villagers responded in kind, raising cups of mead and cheering until the wind carried their exultation across the valley to the furthest ridges. Under the canopy of ancient apple blossoms, Zephyr felt the Aegis's light align with his own spirit in a harmonious resonance. Every trial had converged to this moment, the valley restored, the spire's shadow banished, and the community bound stronger by shared courage. He felt, too, the latent promise that the world could yet shift, that new challenges might arise, but for this night, he and Windfall Hollow stood triumphant. And so, as the moon rose pale and serene above the orchard, Zephyr Moon and his companions remained in the embrace of celebration and gratitude, knowing that the dawn they fought to secure would live on in their hearts far longer than the shadows could ever endure. Dawn's first pink glow found Windfall Hollow still wrapped in the warmth of celebration. Orchard lanterns, now extinguished, hung like silent sentinels among the apple trees, and the scent of dew-kissed blossoms clung to the air. Villagers rose slowly from their homes, stretching and exchanging quiet greetings as the memory of last night's festival lingered in their smiles. Though weary from the journey, Zephyr Moon and his companions lingered a moment longer, seated beneath the same oak where the celestial Aegis had rested overnight. Lyra knelt before a small scrape on Zephyr's forearm, a faint bruise from the crossing of the silent ravine. She applied a healing salve infused with silver fern and sunfire lichen, her gentle touch reminding Zephyr that even warriors need tending. "You did well to get me here," he murmured, voice hushed with gratitude. "I wouldn't be standing if not for you." Lyra smiled, her eyes bright with reassurance. "We all carry each other's burdens. Your courage guided us, my healing simply reminded your heart to keep beating." She wrapped his forearm in a band of soft cloth, pressing her healing energy into the wound until the bruise paled and pain eased. "Rest now. Tomorrow, we return to the monastery to complete the final rites." Thorn emerged from the cottage where he had spent the night helping a family repair a half-collapsed barn. His dark eyes measured the morning light before he offered Zephyr a flask of cool water. "You look like you need it," he said, voice rough but kind. "I slept on borrowed hay after tending the goats, but I'd rather be here with the harvest than a quiet pasture." Zephyr accepted the flask, draining half before passing it back. "We owe them more than just our presence," he replied. "Today we ensure the valley truly heals." Master Shen and Kai Lun approached, their robes still bearing faint traces of the shrine's dust. Master Shen placed a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, his gaze both affectionate and solemn. "The festival was a beacon of renewal, but the valley's spirit still needs one final act of harmony, the formal return of the Aegis to its rightful place and a day of gratitude to the land." He inclined his head toward the monastery's silhouette on the distant ridge. "We leave no shadows behind." Zephyr nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably over his shoulders. He rose and offered his hand to Lyra. She took it, rising gracefully. Together with Thorn, they followed Master Shen and Kai Lun down the gentle slope, the villagers' waves and nods encouraging them on. By mid-morning, they reached the monastery gate. Its wooden doors, reinforced by silver lacquered bars and ward-inscribed beams, stood as a testament to the valley's resilience. Monks paced the courtyard, preparing new wards that would carry the Aegis's light throughout every corner of their home. Elderly and Elder Chen awaited them beneath the arched entryway, holding baskets of newly harvested apples and bunches of sunfire lichen. They offered the fruits as an emblem of thanksgiving. Elder Chen pressed a warm smile into Zephyr's chest and placed the apple basket in his arms. "May these fruits nourish you as your courage has nourished our spirits," she said. Elderly handed Lyra a small sprig of silver fern, entwined with a ribbon of golden thread. "For you, healer, whose touch revived so many." Lyra accepted it with tears in her eyes. Thorn and the novices received similar tokens, a triptych of barley stalks bound in silk, symbolizing home, harvest, and hope. With their hearts full, the companions entered the monastery. Inside, Master Shen led them to the grand hall, where the celestial Aegis was to be placed atop a carved pedestal of white marble. The hall's vaulted ceiling loomed high overhead, its rafters entwined with fresh garlands of wildflowers and fragrant herbs. Soft beams of sunlight filtered through stained glass windows depicting scenes of dawn's triumph, symbols of lilies rising from mud, phoenix wings unfurling in the sky, and prismatic rays banishing darkness. At the hall's center stood the marble pedestal, its dust brushed away and its runes freshly buffed to a silvery glow. Ink black calligraphy along the base recited ancient verses of balance, as day conquers night, so must the heart find harmony, that no shadow may dwell where light abides. Master Shen and Kai Lun stepped forward and bowed in reverence before the pedestal. With measured care, Zephyr approached and cradled the Aegis in his arms. The shield's golden heartbeat seemed to synchronize with his own, and for a moment, the grand hall pulsed with a steady warmth. Zephyr raised the Aegis overhead, his palm steady despite its weight, and guided it onto the pedestal, its rim clicking against carved slots designed to hold it in place. A gentle hum resonated through the hall as the daystar shard within the Aegis flared to life, bathing the runes on the pedestal in radiant light. The learned monks, who stood arrayed in rows along the side aisles, closed their eyes and began to chant a low, resonant incantation that wove through the hall's arches like a river of sound. By dawn's first promise and twilight's final sigh, they intoned, "We bind this Aegis to our land, that no darkness may claim our harvest, our hearth, or our hearts." The words, spoken in an ancient tongue, echoed and reverberated, causing the runes to glow brighter, the carved lilies to sway as though caught in an unseen breeze. Lyra stepped closer to Zephyr, her hands lifted to rest on the shield's surface. She whispered a blessing and entreaty for healing and resilience and placed a single silver fern blossom into a carved niche on the pedestal's front. Thorn followed, pressing a tuft of sunfire lichen into a side aperture. The novices rounded out the ritual, each laying a small offering, a handful of salted grains, a chant scroll, or a handful of orchard blossoms into their designated alcoves. When the final novice knelt and withdrew, the runes across the pedestal glowed with a soft, multicolored luminescence. The Aegis's daystar shard pulsed in time, and Zephyr felt a tingle of triumph pass through him. The fusion of dawn's warmth, the valley's gratitude, and the monk's wisdom had sealed the Aegis's place as the valley's eternal guardian. Master Shen placed a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, voice resonant. The Aegis now guards Windfall Hollow in perpetuity. Its light will draw benevolent spirits to this land and repel any remnants of shadow from days past. Across the hall, Kai Lun lowered his staff, satisfied. Yet even as the ceremony concluded, a low murmur rippled through the monastery grounds. Villagers and monks alike whispered of rumors from beyond the valley, reports of distant trouble in the neighboring lowlands, where omens of imbalance flickered like dying embers. Zephyr caught snippets as he glanced toward the open doors, uprooted fields near the river marsh, unusual storms along the southern coast, and a hollow darkness settling in the foothills of the far peaks. Lyra noticed his furrowed brow. "You sense it, too," she said softly. "The valley is safe, but the world beyond shifts toward new dangers." Zephyr nodded, lifting his gaze to the stained glass windows where scenes of dawn's triumph were painted in vivid hues. "Our battle here is done," he said, "but peace is never timeless. We must remain watchful." He turned to the gathered monks. "Master Shen, Kai Lun, I am ready to learn what comes next, so that Windfall Hollow can extend its light to others who may yet be overshadowed." Master Shen exchanged a look with Kai Lun before replying. "Very well, Zephyr Moon. You have proven yourself in the crucible of darkness. Now comes the time to learn balance between light and life, how to cultivate peace even when storms loom beyond these gates." The world needs guardians who can sow hope. In the days that followed, Zephyr and his companions helped rebuild badly damaged sections of the monastery's walls, reinforcing them with elmwood beams imbued with healing wards. Lyra taught villagers how to cultivate sunfire lichen and silver fern more abundantly, ensuring that the valley's fields and orchards would never again be vulnerable to Shadow's corruption. Thorn spent mornings mapping new forest trails to guide travelers safely, marking clear routes around potential dangers. At twilight, Zephyr would retreat to the Grand Hall, sitting quiet vigil before the pedestal that held the Aegis. He would place a hand upon the shield's rim, feeling the soft pulse of the Daystar shard, and reflect on every life touched, the fox in the ravine, the wraiths he guided to rest, the families whose fields he restored. Above him, the rays of setting sun poured through stained glass like a promise that dawn would always return. One evening, as Zephyr meditated before the Aegis, a soft knock sounded at the hall's arched entrance. Elder Chen entered, bearing a silver dish of honey-glazed apples and a small wooden box carved with deer motifs, the same design as Zhang's flute. "I come bearing gifts," she said, eyes warm with pride. "For you, my child, to remind you that home awaits whenever your path takes you across these lands." Zephyr rose, offering a grateful bow. "Thank you, grandmother. I will keep these tokens close to my heart." He accepted the apples and the box, careful hands lifting the lid to find a simple flute, a companion to Zhang's, and a length of crimson ribbon embroidered with golden glyphs of dawn and harvest. "I will honor these gifts by guiding my journey with courage and compassion," he promised, clasping them close. As Elder Chen departed, Zephyr settled back before the Aegis, the honey-sweet scent of apples mingling with incense. He began to play the flute's gentle melody, one of renewal and gratitude, its notes echoing across the silent hall. In that music was woven the valley's heartbeat, a reminder that peace must be tended like a field in spring, and that even when darkness gathers beyond distant peaks, the dawn of hope endures where hearts stand together. Night deepened around the monastery, and Zephyr's song wove into the still air. His companions listened in separate alcoves, Lyra seated by a hearth simmering with healing brews, Thorn inspecting maps by lantern light, Master Shen reading ancient manuscripts in candlelit corners, and Kai Lun standing watch at the gate, staff of the Jade Tiger in hand. Each of them felt the resonance of Zephyr's melody, a binding cord of all they had sacrificed and all they had restored. Within the heart of Windfall Hollow, the Aegis glowed with steady light, a beacon visible even in darkest hours. And though the world beyond brimmed with new challenges, Zephyr Moon's song carried the promise that a single spark of dawn could ignite 1,000 hearts, casting a radiance deeper and longer than any shadow could endure. The first roses of dawn painted the eastern sky in delicate hues of pink and gold as Zephyr Moon stood at the highest terrace of the monastery's eastern wing. Below him, Windfall Hollow stretched like a tapestry of emerald fields, orchards heavy with ripening fruit, terraced vineyards, and the winding ribbon of the river that had once borne the mistresses. Corruption. But now, that water ran clear, shimmering with the reflection of the newly strengthened monastery walls and copper-roofed cottages nestled among the trees. A gentle breeze carried the scent of sunfire lichen and apple blossoms, mixing with the faint hum of ritual bells that beckoned the faithful to the dawn service. Zephyr exhaled, letting the warmth of the rising sun wash over him. At his side, the celestial Aegis, its daystar shard blazing in quiet resonance, rested against the railing, casting a subtle glow that mingled with the sun's own rays. Across the courtyard, monks and villagers alike prepared for the final rite of thanksgiving, a consecration ceremony to bind the valley's newfound peace into each stone of every field, every animal's stall, and every human hearth. This would be the culmination of their long journey, an affirmation that darkness, though it might stir again, had been driven from their home and its light would endure. Below, villagers in simple linen tunics carried baskets of freshly baked flatbreads, cascading apples, and jars of honeyed preserves. They laid these offerings at the base of a wooden dais adorned with garlands of silver fern and bronze inlaid lilies, the latter carved lovingly by novice artisans under Master Shen's instruction. 2 incense braziers at the dais's sides emitted spirals of fragrant smoke that wound upward like prayerful hands. A group of novices, clad in pale gray robes stitched with dun-colored thread, formed a semicircle behind the dais, each holding a slender candle whose flame flickered in perfect unison. Elderly and Elder Chen stood at the dais's center, their bodies gaunt but their eyes bright with pride and gratitude. Zephyr descended the stone steps, his cloak's hem brushing against the carved runes that lined the staircase, runes of warding and balance etched months ago as they embarked on their ascent. As he neared the dais, Kai Lun emerged from the monks' quarters, staff in hand. Master Shen followed, flanked by Liara, her hands folded in a gesture of peace and Thorn, whose keen gaze surveyed every corner of the courtyard. Each of the 6 novices found a place along the dais's sides, their candles ready, their faces resolute as they prepared for the blessings to come. Elder Chen stepped forward first, raising her weathered hands to the gathering crowd. "Friends of Windfall Hollow," she called, her voice carrying across the sunlit courtyard, "we stand today at the threshold of a new era. From the silent ravine's dark waters to the mistress's shattered obsidian gate, we have journeyed through peril and returned with our hearts undiminished. Our fields are green again, our animals whole, our spirits renewed. Today, we consecrate this peace, that it may never be broken." A hush fell, broken only by the distant rustle of the orchard leaves. Elderly took a small clay cup from the dais, its surface painted with a stylized sunburst, and filled it with honeyed mead. He held it aloft. "With this honey, sweet as our hope, we bless our lands." He poured a drop of mead onto each of the dais's 4 corners, the golden liquid glinting where the brazier's light and the rising sun converged. Each drop sizzled imperceptibly, weaving into the carved runes and infusing the dais itself with gratitude's essence. Master Shen approached, drawing a slender brush dipped in violet ink from his sleeve. He traced a series of interlocking runes around the dais's perimeter, symbols of earth, sky, water, and spirit. "As we bind this earth in gratitude," he intoned, "may each field, each root, each creature recognize our vow, to till with reverence, to live with compassion, and to guard against the return of shadows." Liara stepped forward next, her palms raised as she wove a healing incantation. Soft green motes of light drifted from her fingertips to the dais, coalescing in a gentle aura that cocooned the lilies and silver ferns. Villagers felt a gentle warmth pass through them, a comforting reassurance that the valley's wounds were truly mended. "With healing in our hearts," Liara whispered, "we consecrate this place, that each soul who dwells here may find peace." Thorn knelt at the dais's edge and laid a cluster of sunfire lichen beside the dais's fourth corner, its fiery orange petals shimmering in the sun. By these flames of dawn and Earth's resilience, he declared, we secure our harvests against blight and our homes against fear. The novices echoed his words in soft chorus, their candles lifting in unison to cast a ring of gentle light around the dais. Finally, Zephyr approached the dais, the celestial Aegis resting in his arms. Its day-star shard pulsed in time with his heartbeat, a silent echo of everything they had endured. Zephyr knelt before the dais and placed the Aegis at its center, the shield's rim slotting into carved indents in the marble pedestal. As his hands withdrew, the day-star's glow expanded, bathing the dais, the courtyard, and the outskirts of the orchard in a soft, honeyed radiance. Even the highest branches of the apple trees seemed to glow, as if acknowledging the Aegis's presence in their midst. Zephyr rose, his robes falling back to reveal a simple belt adorned with small pouches of silver salt and sunfire lichen petals, tokens of every blessing and ward he had helped cast during his journey. He raised his staff, its runes lighting with dawn's recollection. We consecrate this valley in eternal gratitude, he proclaimed. By dawn's first promise and each new sunrise, may these lands flourish unmarred by shadow. May our hearts remain vigilant, our spirits bound by compassion, and may the Aegis's light guide all who dwell within these hills. At his words, the dais's runes glowed brightly, a chorus of golden, emerald, silver, and violet light weaving together like woven threads in a tapestry of radiance. The new fields at the orchard's edge rippled with life at the Aegis's call, and elders felt old aches, as if the valley itself exhaled a collective blessing. A gentle wind rose, carrying petals of apple blossoms across the courtyard. The villagers, moved to tears of joy, swept forward, clasping hands and embracing children, neighbors, and travelers alike. Even the novices wept, their lit candles reflecting jubilant tears. Master Shen and Kai Lun exchanged satisfied nods, knowing that they had fulfilled the vow they once made beneath the moonlit shrine where Zephyr's journey began. Elderly stepped to Zephyr's side and placed a hand on his arm. Your mother's memory graces this moment, she said softly. May's gift of life, her final breath in the storm, now echoes in every dawn that breaks upon this valley. Zephyr bowed, feeling the ache of gratitude and remembrance intertwining in his chest. He placed a gentle hand over Elder Lee's, clasping it tenderly. As the ceremony wound down, Lyra and Zephyr retreated to a quiet bench beneath the largest apple tree, its blossoms drifting like snow in the warm morning breeze. Zephyr offered Lyra a simple pastry and apple tart freshly baked, and she accepted, eyes gleaming with warmth. They shared a moment of peaceful silence, savoring the sweetness and the knowledge that their journey, though arduous, had borne life. Thorn rejoined them, lowering his voice so only they could hear. The neighboring lowlands stir with omens of imbalance, he said quietly. Storms that boil without rain, rivers that run backward, and new rumors of spirits twisting in anger. The valley is safe, but the world beyond, he paused, gaze distant. Rests uneasy. Zephyr dipped his head, looking at the Aegis balanced on the dais in the courtyard. Then the world will need more dawn lights, he said softly. We will rise to meet whatever comes. But for now, we have peace here. Let us cherish it, then prepare to carry this light wherever it is needed. Lyra pressed Zephyr's hand. Together, she said, we will stand against the gathering night. Thorn nodded. Where you lead, we follow. As the three companions rose, they noticed a single white dove perched on a low branch of the apple tree. Its eyes shone with the serenity that belied the valley's recent traumas. It regarded them for a moment, cooed softly, and then took flight, disappearing into the orchard's canopy. Zephyr watched its wings catch the morning light and felt that the dove carried an unspoken blessing, that love, compassion, and hope were eternal, as long as hearts remained true. In the days that followed, Zephyr and his friends set about teaching the valley to heal not only its lands but also itself. The sunfire lichen sprouted abundantly in every field, its fiery petals a reminder of the dawn's first light. Lyra taught villagers to read the land's subtle rhythms, to tend both soil and spirit in tandem. Thorn charted new maps and built simple stone cairns along the ancient passes, marking safe routes for travelers. Master Shen and Kai Lun forged alliances with neighboring valleys, messengers and emissaries, forging bonds of shared vigilance. And Zephyr, though still young, took his place as the valley's guardian, a symbol of the unity between dawn and dusk, light and compassion, desire and sacrifice. At sunset each evening, Zephyr returned to the dais in the grand hall. There, he stood before the Aegis, raising his staff to catch the dying light. He whispered an invocation of gratitude not only for the valley's deliverance but for every life he had touched, every spirit he had freed, and every lesson learned along the winding path. Above him, the stained glass windows glowed with prismatic fire, as though reflecting the endless promise of dawn. And as the moon rose, a soft echo of chimes drifted on the night air, reminders that darkness may one day gather again, but when it does, there will be dawn lights to meet it, bearers of compassion. Guardians of hope, children of the first sunlight, ever vigilant, ever steadfast, and ever guided by the promise of new beginnings. In Windfall Hollow and beyond, the legacy of Zephyr Moon and his companions would endure, shining like a beacon for all who sought refuge from the gathering night. Title: Dawnwalker, the Aegis of Windfall Hollow. Description: Born during a tempestuous night, Zephyr Moon arrives as a child marked by both promise and sacrifice. Raised beneath the guidance of the wandering sage Kai Lun and the stern yet compassionate Master Shen, Zephyr's innate connection to dawn light sets him on a path fraught with darkness. Across 12 harrowing chapters, he forges alliances with the healer Lyra and the tracker Thorn, confronts spectral horrors in the fens of murmurs, braves the perilous silent ravine, and shatters the mistress of the shadowed spire's corrupt stronghold. Guided by the celestial Aegis, a shield infused with a fragment of first dawn sunlight, Zephyr overcomes trials that test both his spirit and his heart. Alongside his companions, he restores blighted fields, heals wounded souls, and ultimately consecrates his home in Windfall Hollow with an enduring light. Poised between frost-tipped peaks and fertile valley, Dawnwalker weaves a tapestry of courage, compassion, and the unwavering belief that even in deepest shadow, hope will rise again.